For many times I was laughed at and not believed in, but it was still a kid with a dream and a belief in himself.
I feel I still have room to improve. I still set goals for myself to strive for. I'm never complacent with what I've achieved.
We have money, we have everything, we have fame. But the most important thing is the family. Keep your family healthy, good, and take care of your family, because this is the most important thing in the world.
Failing to prepare was preparing to fail. The night before a game, I ate the same food. I went to bed at the same time. I got up, I ate the same breakfast. Some people call it superstition, but it's a routine.
I went on the courts with just a ball and a racket and a hope.
Because you might be actually not feeling great physically or mentally, you're drained, but the confidence somehow gets you through. And when you don't have confidence, that's then when you have to sort of trust all the hard work you've done, and you have to keep on working hard so success comes back.
I make mistakes, but I strive every day to be a perfectionist.
Set yourself a definite goal and work hard toward that goal, and don't let anything or anyone stop you in the process, no matter what it is.
I didn't really care about the standings or, the perception of my style or whatever, as long as I could keep learning these new tricks. And so as I was successful in competition and winning a lot of the events, my job was just to keep getting better.
All of you, I know you got him. I know you got him picked, but the man's in trouble. I'm gonna show you how great I am.
People perform better when there's no safety net. People perform better in sports and everything else if you don't have a plan B.
We were down 1-0. If you walked into our locker room at halftime, you thought we were up 3-0.
Nothing external can defeat the internal. The only thing that can take someone down or break you down is internal. Nothing external is strong enough.
You just never give up, because you never know what can happen. You never know who you can inspire and who you can influence.
I'm not going to go out and say I'm the greatest this or that. I was a kid with a dream. That's it.
You have to fail in order to climb that ladder.
You are fighting the greatest fight of all times.
And I fought because I knew it was not doomed to be a losing fight. It couldn't be a losing fight.
As long as you believe in what you're doing and you're doing things you love to do, then you can go out there and be the best at it. And that's, that should give you a lot of enjoyment, fulfillment in your life.
Always keep an open mind that there's something out there for each and every one of you. And it's up to you to go out there and find your niche.
You learn just to stick with it. I mean, there's lots of days where you don't really feel like doing it, or you don't feel like grinding it out, and you got to do it. Those are the highs and lows of being an athlete, and if you want to feel those highs, you got to go through those lows every now and then.
This time when you run and you just want to stop, you just want to give up, like, to hell with this, I just want to go home. This day when you get up and you know what you have a training today, you know it's going to be intense, and you're like, oh God, I don't want to go today, but you got to go.
When you play sports and you're committed to something, the commitment, the responsibility of showing up to practice on time, to being there for your teammates, to listening to your coaches, it's a responsibility that you have when you're playing with a group, that you have to hold your end of the bargain.
When you have to make a putt, you make a putt. You have to hit the shot, you hit the shot. You just sort of like drop into another zone, and you block out everything.
Sometimes the will can outdo the skill. And sometimes a fella's will is stronger than the man who's actually better physically, and the determination and weakens the other man just to see him so determined.
I still feel I have a lot to prove, not just as a player, but as a person, as a father. When I get to a point where I feel I can improve as a player, I walk away from the game.
I am the greatest. Hard f***ing work. You put it in, you believe in it, you will succeed.
Everything was done to try to learn how to become a better basketball player. Everything. And so when you have that point of view, then literally the world becomes your library to help you become better at your craft.
Some of the best athletes, the greatest athletes in the world, do things when they're uncomfortable.
You just have to stay calm, because it's not finished until the last point, no matter how close you get. I've been working so hard. all my life to be here, and I was determined to get this.
You gotta start from way down the bottom. You gotta let it grow up with you. And if you're successful and you try hard enough, you're bound to come out on top, just like these boys have come to the top now.
Mentally, we have a vision, we have a finish that we have to attain, and sometimes you have to do it when you're old and you're tired, and I think it's the test of your will to succeed.
For many times I was laughed at and not believed in, but it was still a kid with a dream and a belief in himself.
I feel I still have room to improve. I still set goals for myself to strive for. I'm never complacent with what I've achieved.
We have money, we have everything, we have fame. But the most important thing is the family. Keep your family healthy, good, and take care of your family, because this is the most important thing in the world.
Failing to prepare was preparing to fail. The night before a game, I ate the same food. I went to bed at the same time. I got up, I ate the same breakfast. Some people call it superstition, but it's a routine.
I went on the courts with just a ball and a racket and a hope.
Because you might be actually not feeling great physically or mentally, you're drained, but the confidence somehow gets you through. And when you don't have confidence, that's then when you have to sort of trust all the hard work you've done, and you have to keep on working hard so success comes back.
I make mistakes, but I strive every day to be a perfectionist.
Set yourself a definite goal and work hard toward that goal, and don't let anything or anyone stop you in the process, no matter what it is.
I didn't really care about the standings or, the perception of my style or whatever, as long as I could keep learning these new tricks. And so as I was successful in competition and winning a lot of the events, my job was just to keep getting better.
All of you, I know you got him. I know you got him picked, but the man's in trouble. I'm gonna show you how great I am.
People perform better when there's no safety net. People perform better in sports and everything else if you don't have a plan B.
We were down 1-0, and if you walked into our locker room at halftime, you thought we were up 3-0.
Nothing external can defeat the internal. The only thing that can take someone down or break you down is internal. Nothing external is strong enough.
You just never give up, because you never know what can happen. You never know who you can inspire and who you can influence.
I'm not going to go out and say I'm the greatest this or that. I was a kid with a dream. That's it.
You have to fail in order to climb that ladder.
You are fighting the greatest fight of all times.
And I fought because I knew it was not doomed to be a losing fight. It couldn't be a losing fight.
As long as you believe in what you're doing and you're doing things you love to do, then you can go out there and be the best at it. And that's, that should give you a lot of enjoyment, fulfillment in your life.
Always keep an open mind that there's something out there for each and every one of you. And it's up to you to go out there and find your niche.
You learn just to stick with it. I mean, there's lots of days where you don't really feel like doing it, or you don't feel like grinding it out, but you got to do it. Those are the highs and lows of being an athlete, and if you want to feel those highs, you got to go through those lows every now and then.
This time when you run and you just want to stop, you just want to give up, like, to hell with this, I just want to go home. This day when you get up and you know what you have a training today, you know it's going to be intense, and you're like, oh God, I don't want to go today, but you got to go.
When you play sports and you're committed to something, the commitment, the responsibility of showing up to practice on time, to being there for your teammates, to listening to your coaches. It's a responsibility that you have when you're playing with a group, that you have to hold your end of the bargain.
When you have to make a putt, you make a putt. You have to hit the shot, you hit the shot. You just sort of like drop into another zone and you block out everything.
Sometimes the will can outdo the skill. And sometimes a fella's will is stronger than the man who's actually better physically, and the determination weakens the other man just to see him so determined.
I still feel I have a lot to prove, not just as a player, but as a person, as a father. When I get to a point where I feel I can improve as a player, I walk away from the game.
I am the greatest. Hard f***ing work. You put it in, you believe in it, you will succeed.
Everything was done to try to learn how to become a better basketball player. Everything. And so when you have that point of view, then literally the world becomes your library to help you become better at your craft.
Some of the best athletes, the greatest athletes in the world, do things when they're uncomfortable.
You just have to stay calm because it's not finished to the last point, no matter how close you get. I've been working so hard all my life to be here, and I was determined to get this.
You gotta start from way down the bottom. You gotta let it grow up with you. And if you're successful and you tried hard enough, you're bound to come out on top. Just like these boys have come to the top now.
Mentally, we have a vision, we have a finish that we have to attain, and sometimes you have to do it when you're old and you're tired, and I think it's the test of your will to succeed.
For many times I was laughed at and not believed in, but it was still a kid with a dream and a belief in himself.
I feel I still have room to improve. I still set goals for myself to strive for. I'm never complacent with what I've achieved.
We have money, we have everything, we have fame. But the most important thing is the family. Keep your family healthy, good, and take care of your family, because this is the most important thing in the world.
Failing to prepare was preparing to fail. The night before a game, I ate the same food. I went to bed at the same time. I got up, I ate the same breakfast. Some people call it superstition, but it's a routine.
I went on the courts with just a ball and a racket and a hope.
Because you might be actually not feeling great physically or mentally, you're drained, but the confidence somehow gets you through. And when you don't have confidence, that's then when you have to sort of trust all the hard work you've done, and you have to keep on working hard so success comes back.
I make mistakes, but I strive every day to be a perfectionist.
Set yourself a definite goal and work hard toward that goal, and don't let anything or anyone stop you in the process, no matter what it is.
I didn't really care about the standing or whatever, as long as I could keep learning these new tricks. And so as I was successful in competition and winning a lot of the events, my job was just to keep getting better.
All of you, I know you got him. I know you got him picked, but the man's in trouble. I'm gonna show you how great I am.
People perform better when there's no safety net. People perform better in sports and everything else if you don't have a plan B.
We were down 1-0, and if you walked into our locker room at halftime, you thought we were up 3-0.
Nothing external can defeat the internal. The only thing that can take someone down or break you down is internal. Nothing external is strong enough.
You just never give up because you never know what can happen. You never know who you can inspire and can influence.
I'm not going to go out and say I'm the greatest this or that. I was a kid with a dream. That's it.
You have to fail in order to climb that ladder.
You are fighting the greatest fight of all times.
And I fought because I knew it was not doomed to be a losing fight. It couldn't be a losing fight.
You know, as long as you believe in what you're doing and you're doing things you love to do, then you can go out there and be the best at it. And that's, you know, that should give you a lot of enjoyment, fulfillment in your life.
Always keep an open mind that there's something out there for each and every one of you. And it's up to you to go out there and find your niche.
You learn just to stick with it. I mean, there's lots of days where you don't really feel like doing it, or you don't feel like grinding it out, and you got to do it. You know, those are the highs and lows of being an athlete, and if you want to feel those highs, you got to go through those lows every now and then.
This time when you run and you just want to stop, you just want to give up, like, to hell with this, I just want to go home. This day when you get up and you know what, you have a training today, you know it's going to be intense, and you're like, oh God, I don't want to go today, but you got to go.
When you play sports and you're committed to something, the commitment, the responsibility of showing up to practice on time, to being there for your teammates, to listening to your coaches, it's a responsibility that you have when you're playing with a group, that you have to hold your end of the bargain.
When you have to make a putt, you make a putt. You have to hit the shot, you hit the shot. You just sort of like drop into another zone and you block out everything.
Sometimes the will can outdo the skill. And sometimes a fella's will is stronger than the man who's actually better physically, and the determination weakens the other man just to see him so determined.
I still feel I have a lot to prove, not just as a player, but as a person, as a father. When I get to a point where I feel I can improve as a player, I walk away from the game.
I am the greatest. Hard f***ing work. You put it in, you believe in it, you will succeed.
Everything was done to try to learn how to become a better basketball player. Everything. And so when you have that point of view, then literally the world becomes your library to help you become better at your craft.
Some of the best athletes, the greatest athletes in the world, do things when they're uncomfortable.
You just have to stay calm because it's not finished to the last point, no matter how close you get. I've been working so hard all my life to be here, and I was determined to get this.
You gotta start from way down the bottom. You gotta let it grow up with you. And if you're successful and you tried hard enough, you're bound to come out on top. Just like these boys have come to the top now.
Mentally, we have a vision, we have a finish that we have to attain, you know, and sometimes you have to do it when you're old and you're tired, you know, and I think it's the test of your will to succeed.
For many times I was laughed at and not believed in, but it was still a kid with a dream and a belief in himself.
I feel I still have room to improve. I still set goals for myself to strive for. I'm never complacent with what I've achieved.
We have money, we have everything, we have fame. But the most important thing is the family. Keep your family healthy, good, and take care of your family, because this is the most important thing in the world.
Failing to prepare was preparing to fail. The night before a game, I ate the same food. I went to bed at the same time. I got up, I ate the same breakfast. Some people call it superstition, but it's a routine.
I went on the courts with just a ball and a racket and a hope.
Because you might be actually not feeling great physically or mentally, you're drained, but the confidence somehow gets you through. And when you don't have confidence, that's then when you have to sort of trust all the hard work you've done, and you have to keep on working hard so success comes back.
I make mistakes, but I strive every day to be a perfectionist.
Set yourself a definite goal and work hard toward that goal, and don't let anything or anyone stop you in the process, no matter what it is.
I didn't really care about the standings or, the perception of my style or whatever, as long as I could keep learning these new tricks. And so as I was successful in competition and winning a lot of the events, my job was just to keep getting better.
All of you, I know you got him. I know you got him picked, but the man's in trouble. I'm gonna show you how great I am.
People perform better when there's no safety net. People perform better in sports and everything else if you don't have a plan B.
We were down 1-0, and if you walked into our locker room at halftime, you thought we were up 3-0.
Nothing external can defeat the internal. The only thing that can take someone down or break you down is internal. Nothing external is strong enough.
You just never give up, because you never know what can happen. You never know who you can inspire and who you can influence.
I'm not going to go out and say I'm the greatest this or that. I was a kid with a dream. That's it.
You have to fail in order to climb that ladder.
You are fighting the greatest fight of all times.
And I fought because I knew it was not doomed to be a losing fight. It couldn't be a losing fight.
As long as you believe in what you're doing and you're doing things you love to do, then you can go out there and be the best at it. And that's, that should give you a lot of enjoyment, fulfillment in your life.
Always keep an open mind that there's something out there for each and every one of you. And it's up to you to go out there and find your niche.
You learn just to stick with it. I mean, there's lots of days where you don't really feel like doing it, or you don't feel like grinding it out, and you got to do it. Those are the highs and lows of being an athlete, and if you want to feel those highs, you got to go through those lows every now and then.
This time when you run and you just want to stop, you just want to give up, like, to hell with this, I just want to go home. This day when you get up and you know what you have a training today, you know it's going to be intense, and you're like, oh God, I don't want to go today, but you got to go.
When you play sports and you're committed to something, the commitment, the responsibility of showing up to practice on time, to being there for your teammates, to listening to your coaches, it's a responsibility that you have when you're playing with a group, that you have to hold your end of the bargain.
When you have to make a putt, you make a putt. You have to hit this shot, you hit the shot. You just sort of like drop into another zone, and you block out everything.
Sometimes the will can outdo the skill. And sometimes a fella's will is stronger than the man who's actually better physically, and the determination and weakens the other man just to see him so determined.
I still feel I have a lot to prove, not just as a player, but as a person, as a father. When I get to a point where I feel I can improve as a player, I walk away from the game.
I am the greatest. Hard fucking work. You put it in, you believe in it, you will succeed.
Everything was done to try to learn how to become a better basketball player. Everything. And so when you have that point of view, then literally the world becomes your library to help you become better at your craft.
Some of the best athletes, the greatest athletes in the world, do things when they're uncomfortable.
You just have to stay calm, because it's not finished to the last point, no matter how close you get. I've been working so hard all my life to be here, and I was determined to get this.
You gotta start from way down the bottom. You gotta let it grow up with you. And if you're successful and you try hard enough, you're bound to come out on top, just like these boys have come to the top now.
Mentally, we have a vision, we have a finish that we have to attain, and sometimes you have to do it when you're old and you're tired, and I think it's the test of your will to succeed.
For many times I was laughed at and not believed in, but it was still a kid with a dream and a belief in himself.
I feel I still have room to improve. I still set goals for myself to strive for. I'm never complacent with what I've achieved.
We have money, we have everything, we have fame. But the most important thing is the family. Keep your family healthy, good, and take care of your family, because this is the most important thing in the world.
Failing to prepare was preparing to fail. The night before a game, I ate the same food. I went to bed at the same time. I got up, I ate the same breakfast. Some people call it superstition, but it's a routine.
I went on the courts with just a ball and a racket and a hope.
Because you might be actually not feeling great physically or mentally, you're drained, but the confidence somehow gets you through. And when you don't have confidence, that's then when you have to sort of trust all the hard work you've done, and you have to keep on working hard so success comes back.
I make mistakes, but I strive every day to be a perfectionist.
Set yourself a definite goal and work hard toward that goal, and don't let anything or anyone stop you in the process, no matter what it is.
I didn't really...
Hey guys, how we all doing tonight? This is Lance Lisciotti with the Make a Score Tour. We're in for a good one tonight, guys. We have Eric Johnston on the left. We have Eric Sakowski on the right. And they're going to be playing a race to 11, all 9-ball. They're going to be playing, excuse me, chat. Got a little hiccups going on here. And they're going to be playing a race to 9, all 9-ball. I'm sorry, race to 11, all 9-ball. And they're going to be playing call shot 9-ball. I'm sorry, call the 9. They're going to be playing, most people that are watching are familiar with the bar box rules of 9-ball. That's the rule set they're going to play. 3 foul, jump, winner break. Call the 9. For fouls, they are going to play, if you're familiar with my tour, the Make a Score Tour, or Shift to Cash, or Turning Stone, Mike Zuglin's Joss Tour, they're going to be playing those rules, which are, if you move a ball pre-shot, it's the opponent's option to keep it where it lays or put it back to where they think it was. If you move a ball in the act of shooting, which is from the moment you strike the cue ball to the moment all balls stop rolling, then it will be a foul. It will act as all ball fouls in the act of shooting, which I really like that rule set. The problem with playing opponent option on a ball moved is when you're jacked up over a ball, you know that, if you have to draw the cue ball, you can foul and hit the ball you're jacked up over, and it's not ball in hand. And if you make your object ball, you continue shooting. So I don't like to play like that because people use it to their advantage, which is never nice. Eric may be able to pocket this in the bottom right. A little outside there. He might have been playing safe behind the 2 and just overrolled the 2 a little bit. So we got some guys in the chat here, but I'm not seeing it pop up in the lower left like it should be, unfortunately. There's always something that's got to give me issues. So it looks like we got some action in the chat, guys. I think if you're bored and you're looking for a cheap little $20 action to sweat this, I think there's a lot of people in the chat that would be happy to make a bet and sweat a little 20 with you or something. It's a great match to bet on. Talked to a lot of people, and everybody basically says that they think it's a great battle and nobody has the edge. So if you're looking to bet on it, that's about as good as you can get to bet. Chris, thanks for liking the stream. Guys, if you don't mind, please like and share the stream. Send a donation if you can, but if you can't, a like and a share goes a long ways and is greatly appreciated. I'm gonna take about a 2-minute break here just so I can share this to a bunch of groups. I'm sure there's a lot of people out there that would love to watch it. So just bear with me for about 2 minutes. Let me share it real quick. If you'd like to help me out, I'd appreciate it. But just give me 2 minutes, guys. I'll be right back with you. Well, Facebook doesn't want to cooperate. I can't even load my own screen, stream, or share it, so I don't think that's gonna work. I'll try one more time here. Oh, okay. 4th time was charm. So let me just share this real quick here. Eric Johnston here may have a cross corner bank, and oh, he went with the safe, and I'll tell you, I like that decision. If he did execute it properly, it's a very powerful shot here. But it does look like Eric can see a piece, and if he can see a piece, he might as well try to pocket this on the side. It does look like it should carry shape. And he hit it pretty good, but he did miss it. And yeah, if he had made it, he would have had great shape on the 5. So Eric Johnston here at the table. Not too much to work with. I don't think he can pocket this ball in the bottom left corner. I think the 6 ball's in the way. Yeah, so wisely plays a good safe there. Not a lockup safe, but left the cue ball bottom rail, put the 4 ball up table. This is long and straight on a 4 1/4 inch pocket diamond table. Very difficult shot. Eric hit that great. Eric Sakowski hit that great. Thanks, Frank. Appreciate you, buddy. The problem with sharing is I have to share only to about 8 groups at a time. If I go beyond that, they ban me. And that sucks because then I can't share it anymore. And then I think I can't even comment on my own stream for like an hour or something. It's really frustrating. So Eric Sakowski, great chance here to run out and strike first. The first rack and the last rack are the toughest racks to win, and he's going to come out really nice on this 9 ball. He hit that shot very nice. You see a lot of players come too far down to that bottom left corner, but he knew he could hit that second diamond and fall very nice, and he did. Very nice out there. And Eric Sakowski on the board first. striking first. Travis, thanks for liking the stream. So Eric to break. I'll tell you, I think he gave himself a slightly bad rack there. Will Cook, thanks for liking the stream. He was on our last Make a Score Tour action match last Friday, and he came out with the win. Played very good. Might see him on the stream again. He could even potentially play one of these players right here. Maybe the winner of this plays Will. The past two winners play each other. I think that would be great. Will, if you have any interest in that, let me know. And Will, I think you are gonna say that you'd want to play on the 7-foot diamond compared to this 9-foot diamond, but I do believe that both of these players would not put up any sort of fight on that at all. They both play mainly on 7-foot tables as well. So a lot of people were surprised to hear that this match actually was going to be on this 9-foot table. So I'll tell you, both of these players, how do I delicately say this? I'm just going to say it how I want to say it. Both of these players were pretty weak about a year ago. They were not even close. Justin, thank you for liking the stream. Neither one of these players, 1 year ago from today, were half the player of what they are today. Both of these guys have been putting in a ton of work, and they're both seeing the results. And I'll tell you, I can't say that one is improving faster than the other. They're both just constantly getting better. And it's great to see because they are putting a lot of time and work in. As you see here tonight, you know, they're putting themselves. Eric Sakowski has played one of these matches before, so I would say that he has a slight upper hand with being more comfortable in this atmosphere. I think he's been on stream more. He's been in this exact Make a Score Tour type of setting before. Eric Johnston has not played in as many. But I know Eric well. We go way, way back to high school. And he was an athlete, and he was a great basketball player. He was a competitor his whole life. And, you know, I don't expect his nerves to really come out too much. You know, they're going to come out some, just like Eric's. That might have been a nerve right there. You know, look, Eric can tell. You can tell he's not happy about missing that. That he was definitely the strong favorite to make it. So I'm really expecting a good battle here. I think Eric Sakowski does have a slight edge in seasoning, being more comfortable in this environment. But I think, win or lose, that Eric Johnston would be just as comfortable in his next match as well. That first match, that first time you go through a unique experience, it's very difficult. You know, pool, to really play your game, you want to feel comfortable. And we all deal with nerves, anxiety, and a lot of different stages in pool differently. Some handle it better than others, obviously. But from everything I know about both of these players, their personal temperament and how they compete and how much time and work they've put in, I think we have a really good battle here. So look at this. We've got Will Cook in the chat saying, I'll play the winner. I ain't afraid of no ghost. Yeah, I love to see that. Elise, thanks for liking the stream. So if I'm Eric Johnston, who's at the table now, I really, Eric Sakowski, his opponent, struck first. I really want to be very, very careful these first 3-4 racks. I don't want to go down. I mean, 3-1 is no big deal in a race to 11, but you don't want to be there because it could get worse. You want to just in the opening session of the set, you very commonly see one guy start out really, really good and one guy really cold, and you see like 4-1, 5-1 deficits, and then you'll see the players break even from there, and nobody'll, they'll just win rack for rack equally for the rest of the set, but the player that was behind can't overcome the deficit that happened right at the beginning. So Eric Sakowski at the table has definitely had more opportunities. Oh, okay. So he did have a long stretch there. Eric Sakowski is not the tallest guy. I would say Eric Johnston, who's coming up at the table now, he's a pretty tall fellow. He played basketball in high school, was a very good player. And his height, playing on a 9, see how he doesn't, I mean, this is still a long stretch, even for a man of his height. But even he's still going to use the bridge here. But he does have an advantage in that department, the reach department. This is tough. I don't think you try to hold here. I think you have to go up and down. Oh, he did. He held that very nice. He could have got a way better bump on the 9. This is very 50-yard line. He looks like he's eyeing up the bank, which I don't blame him. There are some two-way properties here. If you bank, drawing tool, come on. If you bank it on the short side, it might bank back and get safe. Oh, great shot, Eric. Let's take another look at that one. Cross corner here. Hit it clean, right in the heart. Voids the scratch. He knew that cue ball was going to be going up there flirting. So, great response there. Ties it up 1-1. And that one shot there is going to relieve a ton of anxiety from Eric Johnston. He knew that he didn't get as good in the 9 there as he wanted. He was looking at a very difficult bank on the 9. These are tight pockets. They are not 4.5-inch standard diamond pockets. These are 4 1/4. So they do not play easy or forgiving at all. You pretty much have to hit the heart. Oh, great break there. He made the wing ball. He made the 1 ball, but he did scratch. So now Eric Sakowski at the table. Cliff Tyler, my man, thanks for the 1,000 stars. I appreciate you. A sponsor, Cliff Tyler is a sponsor of the Make a Score Tour, guys. Check out Wicked Promotions on Facebook. They have a lot of different services. Go check them out. Does a lot of business with us tournament directors and room owners. And check them out. You might have a service that helps you out. So it looks like, oh, he did not want to hit that 7 ball. Heath, thanks for liking the stream. Oh, makes a nice shot there. felt a little funny here, and he does have a lot of work to do to bring the cue ball down table for the 4. Oh, boy, he hit that good. Had he made that, he was really in business because he fell very nice on that 4 ball. So guys, it's 1-1. It's anybody's game from here. Does anybody have any predictions they'd like to share? Final score predictions? Who you got? Carlton, thank you for liking the stream. Nana, thank you for liking the stream. Haven't seen you for a while. I might have to venture up to Frankie B's pretty soon. I gotta beat your boyfriend. He got me the last 2 times I was there. I gotta get that guy. He plays pretty good though. Got my work cut out for me. Eric went in on the bank here. If that freezes, he might got away with this. So if that 5 ball is impeding coming in and cutting the 6, which it might be, I'm sorry, cutting the 4 ball, which it might be, it's very close, then Eric Johnston might have gotten away with this one. Alright, guys, I finally finished sharing to my list of groups. That's so time-consuming and annoying. So now you have my undivided attention. And let's talk about pattern play and routes and all that stuff here. Let's see, what do we got here? This is this looks like safety. You bank the 5 ball up table in between the 6-9, and you leave your cue ball down table. I like the shot there, but just firmer, and make sure you bring your cue ball down table. I think he was trying to leave more like cue ball and then object ball in that area and use the 6-9 as blockers, which nothing wrong with that, but the other one might have been a little bit more easy to execute. So Eric Johnston, great opportunity here. He looks like he might have to be drawing straight out and hit it pretty well. It's pretty good. He really would like an angle here. He might be too straight. He might have to use nothing but draw here. And I think he does. Yeah, yep. So I figured that cue ball had the angle to go flirt towards the side. So that was pretty delicate, and he gave himself about the best look he could have expected for this 9 ball, but it's not easy. Hits it great. So Eric Johnston takes a 2-0 lead. So the reason this 9 ball's hard is you see his hand right now bridging over the side pocket. That makes that shot a lot more difficult. And you know, if you're on a 7-foot valley or even a 7-foot diamond, it's not that bad, you know. But on this table, a 9-foot diamond with 4 1/4 inch pockets, and this table is broken in, so they're not going to slide in like they will on new cloth. This table's playing tough. It can be intimidating at times. If you start missing a couple, like Eric Sakowski, I think he missed like 2 balls in the past rack that he thought he made, that he thought he hit very well and made, and they hung. And, you know, that's like a testament to how tough this table is, that even the shooter thought he hit it good enough to make it, you know, like, and they didn't go in, they hung. So he got fooled twice, you know. And that can take a toll on your confidence a little bit. You start thinking, geez, like, how good do I have to hit every ball just to make it? So then you focus a little harder, and it can become mentally draining. And there's, you know, a lot of mental in pool. You have to control your emotions. You really have to be able to deal with stress well. You know, if you're not, if you're prone to letting stress get the best of you, anxiety get the best of you, you're gonna have a very difficult time being a very good pool player. You know, it's, you know, it's you can still do it, but if you notice that you typically perform worse under pressure, or considerably worse, you're gonna have an unpleasant experience with pool. But it's beatable if you work on it hard enough. I've seen a lot of guys that, you know, they would dog a lot of 9 balls, and everybody would needle them a little bit, and you could tell it really bothered the shooter, and he put time and work in and beat it, you know. Some people do it more naturally, some people need to work on it. A lot of different stages of pool to work on. Ball pocketing position, the whole mental side of pool. Controlling your emotions, I think, is another big one. I think it's really, really good to have a short memory in pool. We all are going to miss easy balls. We're all going to make mistakes that, to us, are mind-boggling. It's just a part of the game, and you have to accept it, and you have to realize that, you know, we're not pros, and we're going to make mistakes, and even the pros make mistakes. So you can't beat yourself up and be negative. That's usually not good for you as a pool player. You want to have a short memory. You want to realize that you're not a pro, you're human, you're going to make mistakes just like the pros make. And you have to move on quickly to give yourself a chance to get back in the game. You'll see a lot of players that they'll make a big mistake, it'll cost them a rack. But then if you really pay attention, it doesn't cost them just 1 rack. It costs them 2, 3, 4 racks. They go on till, oh, I think he knew it, that he didn't hit it as clean as he wanted. Right when he hit it, it looked like there was a little bit of body English there. So now it looks like Eric Sakowski with a great opportunity here. Pocket C8, has a fairly good look here on the 9, a little bit of an angle. He's using high ball here. I'm not a big fan of that. I like using low left, but he gets it done there. And just like that, guys, knotted up 2-2. All right, guys. Sorry, I've been neglecting the chat a little bit. I was tied up for a couple minutes there, sharing all the streams. Let's see what we got in the chat here. So we had some bets. Looks like Dan Usello and Frank Gaetani locked in some action. Let me read exactly what that. Okay, so they got some action going on. Dan said, "What's up? How you doing, Dan?" Thank you, Frank, sharing all the groups. Will Cook likes it. Oh yeah, there's Will's comment I saw earlier. He's already said that he'll play the winner. He's not scared. Dan Usello said he bought an extension for his cue a few months back. And he has no idea how he played all those years without one. Wow. So I play with a 30-inch shaft. So my cue, the total length is 1 inch longer than standard 58. I'm at 59. And Steve Mack as well is at 59. He took the extra inch in the back end rather than the front end. And I've picked up his cue and play with it, and I don't really notice, so I don't think it really matters too much if you take the extra, if you get a 30-inch butt or a 30-inch shaft. I don't think you're gonna notice it much either way or the other. So Dan Usello has a 11-10 Eric Johnston prediction. Pete Brown says these two are very level match. The one who can manage the mental game better will win. Yeah, I agree. The mental game I mean, it kind of falls in hand with closing racks. If you're struggling with the mental game, you usually struggle closing racks. So yeah, I agree there. Will Alley talking, his blood sugar goes up about 100 points when he's in a tournament. Without food and controlling with medication, it still stays elevated. Once he starts to drive home, it drops like a rock. Stress affects you physically and very hard to control. I totally agree. I've had tournaments where I have a story that I'd like to tell you in person, but yeah. Remind me next time I see you in person about that. To just give you a quick gist of it, the Larry Lisciotti Memorial almost turned into the Lance and Larry Lisciotti Memorial one time after I left. So, anyways, what else do we have here? Why Low left? I have my thoughts. You want to hear why you think Low? Oh, on that 9-ball. So, it's very common. A lot of pros will say the same thing, that when you're shooting a 9-ball like that, it's good to favor English on the cue ball. It takes away the skid. You know, you think about it now, right? When all the balls that have skidded on you, it's typically when you use center ball, maybe a little bit of high at a slow speed. Now, if you use low left on that 9, you naturally hit it a little bit firmer, and you're not even coming close to center ball or a little bit of high. So the pros believe that you reduce your chance of skidding, and you are also favoring a side of the cue ball, which CJ Wiley touches a lot on this, and I'm a real big believer in this, that hitting the center of the cue ball is by far the most difficult. A great shot there. Nice stroke. Came up a little bit high, but very doable. He's going to be stretching. With touch of inside, the theory behind it, the logic behind it is hitting dead center on the cue ball is the toughest spot on the cue ball to hit. And if you fail to hit center, there is going to be unintended high, low, left, or right hand English on the cue ball, which can make you miss the object ball that you were aiming at center ball. So if you pick any one you want, high, low, left, or right, you no longer have to worry about hitting the hardest spot on the cue ball. You're favoring one side. So that takes out unintended spin, which takes out a lot of misses. And because you're using you're favoring a side of the cue ball, it also takes away your skids. So it's pretty much a double win. You remove a high chance of skid, and you no longer have to try to hit the hardest spot on the cue ball, which, if you fail to do, could also result in a miss. So that's the best explanation I could give you, Will. Dan Usello, nothing wrong with going on tilt so long as it's a controlled tilt. So Let me think this one out here. A controlled tilt. I tilt with the best of them for playing for next to nothing or $20. I could go on tilt every once in a while, let me tell you. I don't know. I'm not a fan of tilt, to be honest. I'm really not. I don't mind if I'm frustrated, but not tilted. Tilted to me, the definition would be like ultra frustrated. To the point to where you really don't even care if you win or lose anymore. When I get frustrated, I think my competitiveness and stuff makes me really start focusing more and bearing down. When I'm on tilt, I no longer care if you win. I no longer care what the score is, whatever. And I really don't tilt much, but I do get a lot of migraines. And when I have a bad migraine and I'm playing for nothing or really small money, I'm just in too much pain to care. And I can tilt sometimes. And it's something I try to work on. You know, it's definitely a weakness. But those migraines can just be super painful. Yeah, frustration management, very important. So, Maynard, if you don't have anything nice to say, please don't say anything. Yeah, Alan, I agree. Unneeded stress. Tilt is tilt's no good. Thanks, Pete. Appreciate you. All right, so little thin here. He's got options. He can use low left. He probably will not do that. He'll probably use more of a high or a high left. He used a little high left there. Now this is super tough. This is like you want to be Fedor Gorst or Shane Van Boning or Filler or Shaw. This is very difficult. Wow, he hit that pretty good, but you see, as good as he hit that ball, his position was, even if he wasn't stuck behind the 8, he didn't have a good look at the 6 ball next. So, I mean, I think he might have been better off there trying to pocket. Oh man, this drawing tools. I think he would have been better off pocketing the 5. The 5 was like roughly here. And draw the cue ball back over here, and then he could have maybe back banked the 6 ball and ran the cue ball around. Oh boy. Eric Johnston, little struggles here so far. Nothing crazy, nothing that means anything. It's the first about third of the set. Neither players are comfortable yet, I promise you. And neither one may ever get comfortable for the entire set. I mean, guys, unless you've put yourself in this in this environment, unless you've really tested yourself, being on stream, you know, ready to be criticized and all the stuff that goes with it, having to deal with, you see he's dealing with a public guy on the table accidentally getting in his way, you know. Don't criticize, guys, you know. That guy that made his comment, I don't want to see that. Alright, Maynard. You know, I warned you, so see you later. See you later. There's a nice way to say things, and there's the way you said things, so sorry, but not going to tolerate it. I warned you. See you later. All right, so Eric Sakowski wins that rack and takes a 4-2 lead. And guys, for the record, I'm like a huge freedom of speech guy. I don't like to, I believe that everybody has the right to their opinion and everything. I don't ever want to block people and stuff, but I'm just not going to tolerate that stuff. That's just not, I'm not tolerating it. I don't care. We can all laugh and joke. That's fine, but that guy don't. I'm just not gonna tolerate that. I don't need it. It's just out of line in my opinion. So Eric Johnston here with ball in hand, and he finds himself trailing 4-2, but no big deal. Plenty of time left in this set. I would say that he's made a couple errors that I think he is, not going to make very often. And I think Eric Johnston at the table now, I think he's really going to bear down even more now, knowing he made a couple mistakes and knowing that he's going to have to clean it up a little bit. And, yeah, guys, I agree. Just no need for it. We're trying to do something positive, and I want to be positive. I don't want to see negativity. Yeah, exactly. Will, I really like how you put that. There's they're trying to improve, and we're all here to support the game and the community, and I just want this to be positive. I don't want any negative. Vinny, thanks for liking and sharing the stream. Yeah, Ben, I looked real quick, and he was from like the West Coast or something. And I was like, this guy will never step foot in here. He'll never meet any of these guys. He'll never, it's. And then who knows? It could be some fake profile guy that just wants to start BS and, just not going to tolerate it. But I really don't ever. That's the first person I've ever banned from the MakeaScoreTour platform. So I'm very tolerant. I don't like people being disrespected. Oh yeah, you guys could pick on Danielcello. I'll definitely allow that. That's no problem at all. I actually encourage it. Just kidding, Dan. So Eric Johnson making a couple nice shots here, but this is very difficult. This 5-7. I'm assuming he's gonna go back and forth. Yeah, he did. And he missed the 5. But see, like, he got pretty good on that 7, but it was gonna be very, very difficult. Yeah, Pete, that's what I do. I always, when I see somebody really talking out there, and making bold claims or knocking people or whatever, first thing I do is look to see if they even have a Fargo. And I'll be honest, 90% of the time they do have a Fargo, and it's so laughably low, and they're trying to critique Josh Filler or something on something he did, and the guy's got like a starter rating type of Fargo with 800 games. And I'm like, yeah, okay, buddy, like, you know. But you know how the internet is, guys. Everybody's a know-it-all. Everybody's an expert. Everybody's a pro player. And, So Eric Sakowski made a very nice kick there. Very nice hit there. And came out pretty good here. This is tough. I don't know. I think he can go to the right side of the 9 with some left-hand English and try to get behind it. It may even go in the side pocket. Oh. So Eric Johnston is not going to be happy about that unforced error. He needed so much left, so it was very hard. He realized that he had to get real close to that ball that he clipped. I believe it was the 9. And he needed to use a lot of left-hand English, and he probably used so much left-hand English that the cue ball swerved into the excuse me, chat, the 9 ball. I've been having a couple hiccups, chat, so sorry if I have to stop what I'm saying for a second or two. So Eric Sakowski looking prime here, like he's going to take a 5-2 lead. And just like that, 5-2 in Eric Sakowski's lead. Will Alley, I totally agree. I've played matches where I looked like a total sucker, and I've played matches where I looked like I was the best kept secret in the world. I mean, it's just on stream, I'm saying. When streaming first started becoming popular, I didn't like being on stream. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't like it. I didn't want to be I didn't want to play bad and be critiqued by people like that guy who doesn't even have a Fargo, you know? And I would say that I heavily underperformed on probably my first maybe like 5, 6, 7 stream matches. And then I went back and I read the comments, and I'd see the good and I'd see the bad. And then I pretty much just said to myself, I really just don't care what people think. I have to be secure enough in what I've accomplished in pool and how I feel about my game. And what anybody says is not going to make or break the reality of what I've done in pool or how I feel about myself in pool. And I think that's worked for me well, since I no longer really care at all if there's a stream. I don't think about it. I don't think, oh, I shouldn't shoot this shot because I'll look like a donkey on stream. I just don't care. If you want to critique me, go ahead, critique me. But, you know, be willing to gamble if you're going to critique me. Oh, Eric hit that ball good. Eric Sakowski hit that ball good, but he might be eyeing up this 3-9 combo. Very, very difficult. Yeah, well, the number one thing I like to go back and look on stream is my mistakes. I knew. Yeah, shocker, Pete. Shocker, that came in there. Yeah, that was coming. Yeah, guys, if you want to match up and spot me something, I wear some sandals. Historically, it's not been good for me. Yeah, Will Cook, great attitude. He says, I told you, Lance, why I wanted to be on stream. The result means nothing. The money means nothing. It's a huge step in progress, and to have someone analyzing my game, that's the perfect attitude. It really is, you know? I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I think a lot of players, when they get on stream, they feel like their entire pool career hinges on how they play on that streamed match. And that's just totally not right. You know, like that player that thinks like that, the players that think like that, they're just not correct. You know? I've known some very, very high ranked players that have had that type of thought, and it's just not, you can't think like that, you know? Like, I've gone out there and gotten drilled on stream, played horrible, and I don't think to myself, wow, everybody's gonna think I can't play. you know, and at the end of the day, who cares what people think about your pool game? If that's all you have to worry about in life, I think you probably have a pretty good life. It's just pool, you know. It's a great game, don't get me wrong. It's a beautiful game, and it's a great community, but it's just pool. Eric Johnston had a good opportunity there, but he hung up the 5. He had to hit it pretty firm to try to get down there for the 8, and he just rubbed the rail going in. Eric Sakowski there, pretty good draw shot. Looks like he's gonna have this 8 ball pretty comfortably in the side, definitely missable. If you overcut it a little bit, there might be a scratch in the bottom left. Oh, this cue balls could be a little better, but not terrible. Not terrible. It's a very difficult shot though. This is tough. It's a little easier when you have a 5-2 lead, but it is a tough shot. Wow, great. He struck that ball. That was a great stroke. Let's take another look at that. So watch his follow through. He stayed down. He stayed still. Nice follow through. Watch the ball go into the pocket. That was great mechanics, great stroke, well executed 9 ball there. And it's harder to do that with a very tough 9 ball. You're gonna feel anxiety. You know it's a difficult shot. But he controlled his nerves very well there. Stayed down. Great follow through. Watch the 9 go to the pocket. You saw him jump up a little bit because he saw the cue ball might give him a real cold roll and scratch in the side. But he had already established himself on the stroke of the 9 ball. He only jumped up like 3 seconds after the contact of the cue ball, looking at the potential scratch. So Eric Sakowski just reached about, the halfway point, and he's got a 6-2 lead. This is far from over, but Eric Johnston needs to win the battle in the next 3-4 racks. If he was to get outscored 2-1, he would be down 8-3, which is still overcomable, but it's very tough. These next 3 racks, I would like to say that Eric Johnston needs to win 2 out of 3, which would bring us to 7-4. If he fails to win at least 2 out of the next 3 racks, this set could get away from him. So far, Eric Sakowski looks more comfortable, which we all expected because, like I talked about earlier, he has played these matches before. He has been on live stream a lot more. I described it as he had more seasoning in this type of situation. And I think you can see it in body language at the table that Eric Sakowski looks very loose. He doesn't look nervous. He looks very comfortable. Now, that's natural when you have the lead and, you've ran more balls than your opponent, whether it be that you made harder shots or you didn't miss an easy one here or there, or the balls just naturally laid better and you had better opportunities off the break and stuff like that. I think Eric Johnston, if he could get even, like a nice, comfortable 5 to 6 balls that lay pretty good, just to get his arm loose and, you see, like every time he gets to the table, things are so funny that he doesn't even have a chance to run 3, 4, 5, 6 balls. Not many chances. It's always like step up to a pretty hard shot, makes it, and then gets another pretty hard shot. He could really use ball in hand with 4 or 5 balls that lay good, just to get his arm loose, just to get his speed and his touch down. I think that would really help Eric Johnston a lot, to just have a good opportunity to run a couple easy balls and get comfortable. He's been in a pretty uncomfortable spot this entire set so far, with the exception of, I think it was 1-1, and then I think he took a 2-1 lead, and I think Eric Sakowski has won 5 in a row from that point, if I'm not mistaken. All right, so, Eric did get his ball in hand opportunity here, but he's got 2 starters, and then the 6th ball is very tough. I mean, obviously it goes up here, but how do you get down here from where he was at, And he might not, even if he has an edge, he might be better off kicking at this ball. It has a chance to go in. It could even rub the 7 and go in if it hits it thin. Oh, he could see it. I don't know if he had enough to make it or if he actually played that safety there, but either way, came out of it pretty good. Jerry DeSharm in the chat. What's up, Jerry? See you're doing some nice tournaments up there at Frankie B's. Nice to see. I see you're having a sharking tournament, which I really like sharking tournaments. I'll probably eventually have one in the future. So guys, if you have a sharking tournament, it is what it sounds like. You're allowed to shark your opponent. It's not typically a big money tournament. It's more on the cheaper side and let's have a lot of fun type of tournament. So if that's something you enjoy, check out Jerry DeSharm's Facebook page, and he has his tournament flyer posted with all the information, and you can contact him. Check that out. So it looks like Eric Johnston going airborne here. Hit it pretty good. He just missed the 6, but he hit that pretty darn good. So Eric had a kick at the 6. I think he wanted to kick at the 6 fuller and leave the cue ball down table, kick the 6 up table, and maybe even get coverage behind the 8-9. But he hit it a little thin, if that's what he was trying. I'm just obviously speculating here. But you see, this is not, this angle is, oh, okay, I had the angle wrong. So great opportunity for Eric Johnston here. He's got 3 balls here left on the table, 7, 8, 9. But it's not easy. It's funny. If he gets straight in on this 8 in the corner here, it just got a lot better. Yeah, that's a pretty good look. He may be able to play the 9 in the same. He looks like he's using follow, but I don't know. Oh, see, once again, I have the angle wrong. I thought the angle was going to be bringing his cue ball towards the 9. But it must be going the other way, or more dead straightish. This is not what he was hoping for. This is tough. This is such a tough shot here. Cue ball. Yep, Drano. I thought that cue ball might come back. Take another look at that one. Great shot here. He's got all the weight of the world on his shoulders right now, being down 6-2, shooting a very difficult 9 ball that he did not want to have to shoot a 9 ball nearly that difficult. And he made a great shot there, and that's going to bring us to 6-3, guys. Ben Parker in the chat says, shot it with authority too, was not leaving a hanger there. Yep. I liked the speed he hit that. You'll see a lot of players hit that considerably softer, and I don't like it. I really like the speed he hit that 9-ball with. And if you're, more on the beginner side of pool, speed changes the object ball's path a lot of the time, depending on the shot. Speed can usually shorten up a ball. It's highly dependent on the shot you're shooting, the angle you have, and everything. But there is a reason why shooting that ball firmer rather than softer gives you a higher percentage of pocketing the ball. So Eric Sakowski at the table with a 6-3 lead. They are playing a race to 11, all 9-ball, call the 9. Oh, I thought he had it in the side, but I was wrong. So angles can be quite deceiving. And he almost got him really good behind that 7, but I do believe it leaked out. He did have him behind the 7. But Eric makes a great kick there. Comes out with a pretty good roll. This is, I don't see any kick yet. You can, maybe. I don't think so, but maybe. Nah, I don't know. You'd have to just miss the 3 with a bunch of right-hand English and have it stand up. Is he going 3 rails around the cluster? Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe he was going 1 rail with reverse. There was maybe a 3-railer around the cluster and coming from behind it, but very difficult. So Eric Johnston, ball in hand. A lot of balls left on the table, though. He really, he's got, 8 balls left on the table, so he's got work to do. But every ball has a pocket. It doesn't look like anything has to be moved or manipulated or broken up or manufactured. The 4-ball is... But from this angle, you could play the 3-4 in the same top right pocket. You just kind of stop, yeah. Assuming the 4 didn't even go in the top left, you play the 3, and you have your cue ball come around anywhere in that area, provides you a nice 4-ball in the top right corner next, the same pocket as this 3. He could, if the 4 passes the 7, he could do multiple things. But I like this. This is the shot right here. If you get good on the 6, then the rest of the out gets considerably easy because the 8-ball is a beautiful setup shot for the 9. And the 7 leads you to the 8. So once you get good on this rack, once you get good on the 6, the rest of the rack gets easy. But the problem is he did not get good on the 6. He got on the wrong side. And he had to try to, well, not try to, he had to go up and down. And he had to jack up a little. He had to worry about running the cue ball into the 9-ball. And that caused him to miss. It's not that the shot was that hard, that he missed it because it was hard. It's because of everything he had to do, all the work he had to do on the cue ball to get from the 6 to the 7-ball. And Eric hit that ball pretty good, but it hung. So Eric Johnston, wow, look at this cue ball. It's going to stick on the rail. It came off enough, but this just got so much harder because of that cue ball placement. If that cue ball was just off like another 3 inches, it becomes so much easier, it's not even funny. And he hit that great. he was tight on the rail, had to jack up a little. He had to use a little low left. He hit that ball great, and he fell pretty good on the 8. It is a back cut. That's the problem with the back cuts. If you even touch that left long rail right here on a back cut like that, which you do have a tendency to miss it on that side compared to the other side, you can't make the 8. You know, you have to hit those really clean. And they can be very difficult to like sight, you know, to feel comfortable like you're back cutting it properly. Back cuts are one of the most difficult shots in pool, but Eric did find himself on the rail not long, but straight in here. And that makes that, oh, he's glad he didn't swipe that cue ball. Yeah, and I'm sure he's frustrated he missed that 9, but I've missed a million of those in my life. He's going to miss a million more of those in his life. Looks like Eric Johnston here is going to try to go rail first and cut this one in. There is a scratch in the top right you have to guard against. Yeah, that was tough. I mean, he didn't have too many opportunities there. He could have kicked one rail, which it's not a terrible shot, but it's, you know, it's very tough. He tried to go down rail first with inside English to cut the 9 in, which you usually either make it or you whiff at the ball. You see what they're doing. I don't know if they're talking about a player break or something. So Eric, we just had a quick bathroom break, and Eric Sakowski with a 7-3 lead. Successful break there. So pockets 2 balls on the break, the 1 in the wing. Doesn't have a great look at the 2, but he does have a bank, and cue ball does go up table towards the 3, so it's worth shooting. Great shot. And look at this position, may be perfect. If he doesn't, yeah, look at this. Wow, that was a fantastic shot. He had to bank the ball in and go up table and play to a very small window on the 3. I mean, he hit that great. That shot, he did not hit so great. I think he wanted some high right hand English to spin 2 rails out of that corner and come back down for the 4. And I think, I don't think he applied enough right. I think he mishit it a little bit. Yeah, see, those back cuts are brutal. And that wasn't like a really steep back cut, but they're brutal. Like, this is very uncomfortable here. So it looks like he's going to try to pocket the 4 top right corner. But cue ball going into the 6. And he got the worst of that, because had he had made the 4, he would have been stitched on the 6. And he missed and gave up an easy shot on the 4, which also carries natural position on the 6. If I was Eric Johnston, I would take a little 5-minute player break, personally. It's not that he's playing bad. He's just not getting opportunities. And that has to be getting frustrated. That has to be, getting him frustrated. Eric Sakowski is playing good. I'm not taking anything away from him. It's just that he's getting opportunities and he's capitalizing, and Eric's not getting many opportunities. Not good ones, I'm saying. You know, when you have a reasonably easy shot on the one, but the run out is super tough, I don't consider that a great opportunity, you know? This I consider a great opportunity. If I was him, I would run these out 7-4 and take a break. That's just me. I would say, you know what? I just want 5 minutes to go outside and get a little fresh air for 5 minutes or something. I like his demeanor. You can see he hasn't given up. He's still very focused. He's a competitor. I know Eric pretty well. Go back long way with him. He's a competitor. Now, I think he made a mistake there using left-hand English to try to go around. I think he would have been much better off just using high with a little bit of right-hand inside English there. And the cue ball would have came, you know, like off the rail and down. Don't get me wrong, the English he used was more natural, but it required a lot more movement of the cue ball, and it made the object ball a little bit tougher to pocket. Not really, but... So he missed the 9 there, but he missed it on what we call the pro side, which is usually on the short side. So I was looking at the chat. I didn't see where he called it. I'm assuming he's banking it back to where he is at. Yep. And looks like Eric Johnston. Look at this. All right. So it looks like we're headed to 7-4, bearing the light falling on the table or a miscue or something goofy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, Eric Johnston. He's not playing his game. He's just not. It could be. You never know what it is. You know, it's his first experience here on stream, but he's not playing his game. He's just not. But you know, that's pool. None of us ever play our A game all the time. Nobody. I don't care who you are. So Eric Sakowski has an 8-3 lead. That's pretty powerful. So for Eric Johnston to win from here, he'd have to win 8 racks and hold Eric Sakowski to 2 racks. So he'd have to win 8-2 just to win Hill. That's a 4-1 ratio. And Eric Sakowski's playing very well, so pretty tough. Eric Johnston is in a tough spot here. Paulo in the chat, what's up? What's up, brother? Maybe looking at this 3-9, trying to twist the dagger. If you back up the 3, your cue ball's wild going into like the 9 or the 7, making the run out much more difficult. Swinging at the 3-9 here with an 8-3 lead, I really don't mind it. You know, if it goes in, it's really twisting the dagger. Okay, everybody scratched. And Eric Johnston with an opportunity. Let's see here, 3, 4, 5. So if the 7 passes the 9, you play for the run out. You don't play like a 3-9 combo here. I don't like shooting the 3 here top left like this. I like shooting it in the bottom left and using the left long rail to bring you to shape for the 4. It's just, it's so much, whatever. Some of it's player preference. Some of it is, you know, the math, the odds of what's the higher percentage shot and pattern to run out, but he's in business here. He might have got a little straight on this 6, which could make it pretty tough to get a very nice look at the 7. If he's got an angle, either way, he's okay, but it looks like he got pretty straight. Oh, he did have plenty of angle. And that got away from him just a little bit, but should be okay. See, these are the shots that when you're down 8-3, you're on the stream for the first time, you know, these are the shots that get so much harder than normal, you know? Yeah, just like that, you see it. He's not closing out racks. And, you know, it's pool, you know? We're not going to play our A game every time. I don't care who you are. And Eric Sakowski has played maybe not his full A game, but he's played very well. So, you know, Eric Johnston, you got to feel for him a little bit. But both of these guys are Racks regulars, and I really think that unless something big changes here, I wouldn't be surprised to see a rematch here, because I know Eric Johnston, and I know he's going to say, man, I can't go down like that. I can't. I have to take another swing at it. And I'll tell you guys, they only had plans to play one set. But if they tell me, if Eric Johnson comes and says, I ain't going down like that, I got to play another set, I'm here for it. I'll stream you guys another set. But I don't know. I think he's going to realize that he's just underperforming too much to do that. But I don't know. We'll see. So Eric Sakowski, a great break. He could bank this too. He could play safe. I don't know. He went in on the bank and didn't really leave much. He left a 2-4 combo, but it's not easy. 2-ball looks like it goes to the top right corner. Might even make it. The 2-ball I meant. So great combo there. 2-ball did cooperate going to the top right corner. But looks pretty straight here. I don't know. This could be really tough to go from the 2 to the 3. Yeah, he had to really try to do something special there. He didn't have a good angle. Oh, safety allowed. He had, yeah, that was a little unfortunate. He could have hid behind the 9 with the cue ball, and or the 3 could have hid behind the 8. But looks like both balls found the window. So that was a little unfortunate. If Eric can see the bottom side of the 3, he'd like to go off with some right-hand English and try to come back and play behind the 7. Looks like he hit it pretty good. Yep, looks good enough. I don't know, it's close. But even if Eric Johnson can see this 3-ball, there's just not much he can do with it. There's no bank. I don't think it cuts in the side, and even if it does, your cue ball runs away from the 5. So he went after the same safety that Eric Sakowski just shot against him, and he hit that well. So Sakowski went airborne. Hit it pretty good, but did miss the 3-ball. So Eric Johnson gonna have ball in hand. Gave himself a nice angle to go from the 3 to the 5. Overhit it a little bit. Oh, wow. Wow. Even if it didn't scratch, he wanted to be more like, more like here to provide an angle to shoot the 5 and have the cue ball cross over. He was gonna, if that, even if the cue ball didn't scratch there, he was gonna be not in a great spot here, but so Eric Sakowski looking to run out to reach the hill. Depending on the angle, I mean, I don't think so, but he might have to come here for the short side of the 7. Let's see what he does. Yeah, that's good. That's great. Pop out. Back cut the 7. Let your cue ball float up 1. You can also go 2 rails if you need to stop its momentum. Oh, the stretch got him. And it's very common when you see guys stretching to miss balls that they usually make. So Eric Johnston with an opportunity here. This jacking up like this, using low left, I think, makes it a lot harder to pocket the 7, but it looks like he's going to come out just about perfect. Looks like he's going to have about straight in, draw back a little bit for the 9 in the bottom left next. Yep, just like that. And Eric Sakowski concedes, and that's going to bring us to 9-4. All right, Eric Johnston to break. He's got a lot of work to do. I mean, he's definitely capable, but he definitely has a big mountain to climb here, and I'm sure he's well aware. But you just have to take it one game at a time. And, you know, even if he can make it like 9-7, say he wins the next 3 in a row and it's 9-7, believe me, Eric Sakowski will feel the pressure. He'll believe me. The key here, in my opinion, is if you're Eric Johnston, you just want to apply pressure to your opponent. Right now, Eric Sakowski with a 9-4 lead has 0 pressure. He can go out there and free stroke. If he makes a mistake, it's not going to bother him very much. But if Eric Johnston can string a couple racks and put some pressure on Eric Sakowski, that changes everything. Eric Sakowski might all of a sudden feel tight and really start struggling, and then anything can happen. But step number 1 is play just 1 rack at a time. Don't worry about, oh, I got to win 5 to make a 9. Just focus 1 rack at a time. And if you can do your job, believe me, your opponent will be feeling a lot of pressure. And it's funny, too, because when the guy from behind catches up, he starts feeling less pressure. So it can be very powerful, but can you guys hear the jukebox music in the background? I think they just raised the volume because it seems much louder than it has been all of a sudden. Not right now because the song actually is ending or doing a quiet little part, but let me know if you guys hear all that music in the background. Starting right now. Okay, good enough though? No problems, right? Good enough? I tinker with some audio filters to try to block all that, as much of that stuff out as possible. And I think I have it pretty fine-tuned, but usually the music's not this loud either, so. Yeah, Justin, the noise gate filter was not working for me too well, so I used a noise suppression filter, and I think that's been a lot smoother. So Eric just had a very difficult cut shot on the 7, and he underhit it a little bit, and now Eric Sakowski finds himself with a pretty good opportunity here to reach the hill. Hey, Carrie, how you doing? Yeah, Will Cook. Yeah, I remember that. This is 50-yard line. You can pick either pocket and get shape. Looks like he's going to back cut in the left side pocket and then go 1 or 2 rails towards the 9. I'd probably shoot this the same way. Oh, we overhit it by quite a bit. That cue ball is not what he wanted. Yeah, Pete, can you sing us a tune so we know what we're listening to? It was Kid Rock. I don't know the name of the song or something. It was some old Kid Rock song, and maybe it was just that particular song. Some songs, for whatever reason, seem to be louder than others every once in a while. Great shot there by Eric. That to reach the hill too. Little tight on the rail. Pretty steep cut into a small pocket. Eric's been working on, and I believe that Eric's been working on his pre-shot routine and his mechanics, because when players are nervous, you'll see them jump. You know, they call it the hops, the yips, whatever. You'll see a player stroke make contact with the cue ball, and immediately their body jumps up in the air. And some players will actually start jumping in the air during their stroke of strike, before they even strike the cue ball, which can really lead to a ton of misses. But Eric Sakowski, I'm really impressed with how he stays down. He finishes his stroke, a very nice follow through, and he stays down on his body stays down. You know, he doesn't jump. He watches the ball go to the hole, and that's a very good. If that's a weakness in your game, I really recommend you guys doing whatever you have to correct that. Because jumping up is one of the worst habits you can possibly have as a pool player. It's an easy fix. A lot of people will force themselves to stay down like a statue until the object ball goes in the hole. That's how a lot of people like to try to fix that. Will Cook says pose for the picture. Yeah, that's a good one too. That's a good one. Pretend like you're at some major event and you're about to get a picture and you want to look good in your stance and everything. That makes sense. So Eric Sakowski, 1 rail kick here. I would like to have seen him hit that ball considerably harder. You could tell by how fat the 2 was going to hit the 5 that it just wasn't going to move much. So I would have liked to have seen him hit that considerably harder just to try to force separation. You don't want to leave your opponent close to the object ball. It just gives them too many options to hurt you, whether it's running out or playing a lockup safe or whatever. You don't want to leave the cue ball and the object ball close together for your opponent, basically ever. Yeah, Carrie. No, it was not the Lancy, Lancy, Lancy song. I haven't heard that for a long time. I think that got played out. I still don't even know what the guy is actually saying, but it does sound like Lancey, Lancey, Lancey. So Eric Sakowski missed on the 3 here. Eric Johnston to the table. He does have a look at the 3, but I mean, this is no bargain. You know, your cue ball's going into the 8 or the top corner. You have to draw out of hitting the 8. This is just, yeah, you hit the 8. Now your cue ball's wild. Of course it finds itself behind the 5. Eric Johnston here at the table just can't get anything going. He's not getting good opportunities. He's not getting many friendly rolls at all that you just saw. He grazed the 7, went 2 rails, and came right behind the 5. I mean, you got to feel for him here. First time on stream, not getting very good rolls. His opponent's playing very good. Got to feel for him a little bit. Loyalty, that's what they're saying, and it sounds like Lancey. They need better pronunciation. So Eric Sakowski at the table. He might be banking this ball back up table, using the 9 as a blocker. Looks well executed. Eric Johnston may be able to jump over the edge of the 9. Is that the jump cue in his hand? It must be. Yep, sure is. If the 4 hits the 7, it could still go in the corner if it hits it real thin too. A couple like fluky things that could have happened there that would have been beneficial. And I'm not sure. There might be a window there. Not sure. Tough to tell. If not, he does have an easy kick by about where he put the chalk on the table. Yeah, that's what he's doing. He's kicking to right around the chalk area. Makes a good hit. And gave up a shot. So Eric Johnston gonna have a shot here. So is he drawing? Let's see. I'd like to just go back and yeah, just like that, back and forth. He did run into the 9, and you think he got a favorable bump there on the 9, but based on the angle he's got here, I don't know how favorable that was. Yes, you see how the cue ball, the angle was bringing him right down to the corner, to where, I mean, I don't know. That was pretty unfortunate to get that angle. Normally, like, you can cheat angles, you know, but like when it's almost dead straight, you really can't cheat, especially on 4 1/4 inch pockets. He didn't hit that 7 ball that bad. Any other table in this entire pool room, that 7 ball goes in, but not this table. And that got away from Eric Sakowski a little bit here. And he does have the luxury of knowing if he makes this, he should end up with a pretty good look at the 9 in the side, that this is pretty much the game-winning shot, the set-winning shot right here. And I don't think he scratched. No, he didn't scratch. Didn't really give up much of a look either. The 8 ball, I don't believe banks. It looks like the 9's in the way. See what Eric has in mind here. I guess the 8 ball was bankable, but it did hit the 9. So in bar box, when you fluke the 9 in, you stay at the table. Now, if only the 9 ball's left on the table and you fluke it in, then the opponent has the option to shoot or make you shoot. So Eric with a, I mean, decent look in the side here. He doesn't have to worry about any scratches. All he has to do is worry about making the 9, which makes it a little easier, but it's a very tough shot. And he hit that very good. And that's going to bring us to 10-5. So Eric Johnston to break. Wing ball did not go there. And it looks like he hit him pretty square. He might have crossed the 1 ball a little bit there. And that might have been why the wing ball didn't cooperate, because they are using a template. And anytime you use a template, the wing ball is about 90% to go in. So Eric Sakowski pushed. And I believe Eric Johnston's going to play safe behind the 6 ball here. Some right hand English. Yep. Well done. Well done. Little unfortunate that the 1 ball's by the left side pocket. You know, if Eric was to make a good hit, if Eric Sakowski was to make a good hit on this ball, he has a very good chance of making it. So. All right. So ball in hand. 1, 2. I guess you got to play a 3 ball on the side. Yeah. They're runnable, but they're not easy. I don't know if the 5 passes the 6 in the top right corner. This is problem number 1. He does have what appears to be a pretty decent angle to try to come down below the 3 for the 3 in the right side pocket. And I think he can see the 3, but I'm not sure what he can do with it. He might be better off just trying to cut it over here and let the cue ball come up table and use the 6-5 as a blocker. Oh, that was a clever shot too. He was playing all cue ball there, trying to drive the cue ball up behind those balls that were over there. And that was actually a good shot. He didn't execute it how he wanted to, but it was a very clever shot. So now Eric Sakowski with a great starting shot on the 3. And now we know the 5 goes. It moved, so we know the 6 is no longer an issue with that. So he's got a pretty good opportunity here to run out. You know, once you get to the 7, even the 6, if you get good on the 6, everything's not too bad here. He did get a little flat on this ball. He would have liked a little bit more angle, or to have been dead straight. Yeah, see, he had about the worst angle he could have had there, but this is still okay. I expect him to back cut this in here, and maybe use some right hand English and try to kill the cue ball. Yeah, he would have been really good shape had he had made that 6, but he didn't. And now Eric Johnston trying to come back and put some heat on Eric Sakowski here. But this angle's not ideal. It looks pretty straight. So he had to cheat a little bit and force through and hit that pretty well. The 7 to the 8 here is not automatic. There's a couple different options, but none of them are automatic. Yeah, he missed the 7. He wouldn't have had a great look at the 8. Would have had a good look, but not a great one, because that 8 ball is super missable in either corner. And now Eric Sakowski finds himself with an opportunity to close this set out with an 11-5 win. It's all pretty much hinging on this shot right here. If he makes this 8 ball, he'll have a very routine 9 ball. Great shot there, nice stroke. And looks like Eric Sakowski is in prime position to pocket this 9 ball. I don't know, something just happened, something strange. But he reset, he didn't let it get to him. He said, you know what, I don't know what's going on, but I'm resetting. And just like that, Eric Sakowski gets it done. So, Will Cook, if you're still in the chat, I will talk to Eric Sakowski about maybe you guys maybe matching up. And you'll hear from me. So, guys, thank you very much for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed this match. Actually, might be another set coming. Let me mute real quick, and we're gonna have free pool going on, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys, guess what? They're going to run it back. They're going to run this one back. So don't go anywhere. They are going to take a brief 10-minute, maybe 15 at worst, player break. And we're going to be right back for another set. Let me, what can I do here? Let me throw that in there. Let me change it to another set. Another set. Starting in 10 minutes. And then let me... Whoa, what just happened there? What just happened? Ah, come on. Okay. Oh, see, I try to be quick and I make mistakes. Oh, Jin. That's a funny mistake. Jin. Alright, guys. We will be back. Set number 2, free pool. See you in about 10 minutes, guys. Don't go anywhere. All right, guys, we're back. Looks like they're about to start second set. Let me make a couple little adjustments here. Let me put that back to what it's supposed to be. I'll have to change it in the future. And let me make something else real quick here. All right, that looks good. So Eric Sakowski up one set. This is set number 2. So same format, same bet, same everything. They're just running it back. So guys, we saw set number 1. What any predictions in the chat for set number 2 here? Totally new set. You know, anything could happen. Sarah, thanks for liking the stream. If you're Eric Johnston, you'd really like to start off with the lead. You really don't want to find yourself trailing early in this set, because you have to assume that Eric Sakowski's confidence is pretty high right now, and you have to think that Eric Johnston's confidence is a little low. So if you're Eric Johnston, you really want to break this this momentum that Eric Sakowski has had. So Eric Johnston makes a good hit there. Didn't really give much up. So Eric with a tough kick here. 7 balls a little bit in the way. Oof. Valiant effort. Just missed it. He had to favor that side of the 2 because of the 7 ball. But he just missed it. Overrolled that one quite a bit. You can see he's not happy about that. He can play this in the bottom right corner with some low right. Yeah, just like that. Hit that very nice. He has options. He can play the 6 in the same pocket as the 5, but I think he's better off just rolling this in. Yeah, just like that. Ooh. That was pretty unfortunate. I mean, he didn't hit it very good, but kind of surprised that cue ball second bump didn't pocket the 5. So now Eric Johnston with good opportunities. You got to be very careful here, though. Yeah, okay. I think he's got a little angle. Those are real touchy shots because you're really worried about double hitting the cue ball. So you saw him give it, like, you want to use like a short, like, poke stroke on that type of shot. This is a little bit of a tester. Long, straight. It's pretty much a stop shot where you focus on pocketing the ball, but it's very missable. Yeah, side pocket. Watch out, side pocket. No, high side. And look at this, Eric Sakowski can have a great look here. He's going to pocket the 7 and draw back. He'd like to draw back to about where he is now, around that area, assuming the 8 ball cuts in the side pocket. I think Eric miscued. Yeah, he's looking at the tip. He miscued there. So this is no hanger. If you make it and don't get stuck behind the 9 ball, which would be pretty unlucky, you should have a pretty good look at the 8, but it's very missable. It's a very steep back cut. There is even a scratch 2 rails in the bottom left. Now he might, if it keep, no, he got in the worst spot. I thought it might keep going to the bottom rail where he could have a look at the 8, but no, it's slowed up, and this is a tough spot to be in. Nate Johnson says he heard that miscue without volume. Yeah, you could tell on that one for sure. So Eric Johnson going to kick 1 rail, and I think that's the right shot. And he got a double kiss, and he's not getting away with much, I'll tell you. When he kicks or misses, he's not getting too many fortunate rolls so far. And wants it to jump. Well done there. Pretty much exactly what he was looking for. Look at this guy. Look at this guy sitting on the table. I can't stand that. Get off the table. Nice shot there. Eric takes a 1-0 lead. Dan Ucello says, Lance, I'd love to hear your thoughts on running a second set as a player when your first set went a little bad, like 11-5. My opinion is that's a bad time to ask for a second set because of a player's frame of mind, but that could just be me. Let's see here. So if I'm Eric Johnston and I lost that set 11-5, and I feel like I played under my average, and Eric Sakowski probably played above his average, I'm not in love with it. I'm really not. So the thing I love about gambling is you're never forced to do anything. If you don't feel good that day, you're not hitting the ball that good that day, you don't gamble. And if you feel good, you try to find a game, you know? I talked to Eric Johnston for very, very briefly, and he said, I want to play another set. You know I didn't play that great the first set, but I want another chance at it. You know, and Eric Johnston is a very competitive guy. You know, he played high-level sports, and he takes the game seriously. And I think it's more about he just wants to prove to himself that he plays better than he played the first set, which we all know. You know, he played below average first set, and that's not going to be the last time he plays a below average set. We all do it. It happens all the time. So, based on that, you know, I like where his head's at. But, you know, if you're not hitting the ball that good that particular day, it doesn't matter where your head's at. You know, like sometimes your hand-eye coordination just is, for whatever reason, just isn't, you know, as sharp as usual. But he's got a lot of heart, I'll tell you that. I like his demeanor. You know, he doesn't have any give up in him. He's not getting super frustrated. You know, I'm sure he's not happy, but he's controlling his emotions very well. I certainly think he's completely capable of winning the set. But, you know, he's been fighting a lot of this, which is he's been losing the rolls department. And Eric Sakowski did not win that first set because he got the best of it in the rolls department. He won that first set because he played better. It's as simple as that. And now the guy that was sitting on a table decided to take the longest detour route possible, go all the way around the 9-footer for absolutely no reason at all. So that's awesome. Yeah, Nate Johnson, I agree with that. I think that if I got drilled in a set, I'm not saying Eric Johnson got drilled, I'm just saying me. If I got drilled in a set, but I feel like I played good, but that, you know, I got kicked in this, I broke and got kicked in a couple unlucky scratches, and there was some early nines behind it, just fluky stuff. I don't have any issue flipping the coin and playing again. It's based on how I feel. You know, do I feel capable of playing at a high gear? If I do, then I have zero issue losing losing by a little or getting drilled and just playing again. Tony the Tiger says, I'd die laughing if that guy walks into your booth. Yeah, I'd be saying, hey, you want to bet some? Since you're right on top of the table, you want to bet some, sir? And that was a good shot there by Eric Sakowski. Eric Johnston does have a pretty good kick here, but hard to make this 4-ball. If it hits the 8, okay, not bad. Not bad at all. I think there was a foul. I think he moved something in the act of shooting. It's too late for me to replay. But he didn't put up a fight, and both of these guys are complete gentlemen. Dan was talking about that he thinks he would like a little bit more time than the roughly 15 minutes they took in between sets. I think that's more of a personal thing. I've been I've gotten destroyed in sets and literally took 0 break, and I couldn't wait to flip the coin. But we're all different, you know. I think a lot of people would share your view as well, that they would want at least a half hour. But we're all different, you know. When I get frustrated, you can't rip me away from the table. You know, like the more you beat me, the more I don't want to leave the table. So I can kind of understand Eric Johnston's viewpoint here. And I told them, I said, guys, take as long as you want, no rush. But I just went and smoked a cigarette by the time I came in. They were ready, so. This looks like a good shot. Yep, got behind the 7. Great touch there. Eric Johnston can kick at this 1 rail, 2 rails. He's got some options. Needs that 5 ball to slow down. Yeah, I think it's going to give up a back cut. Dan Usello, give that guy Will Cooks, don't be a knit shirt. Yeah, I hear ya. That was a great shirt. Will Alley says, Steve Mack drilled me 8-0, did a shot at tequila, and won the next set. Yep. Yeah, it's I've seen over the years, or even matches I've been involved in, you could see one guy drill the other, and then it totally flips the other way the next set. It's just pool's a crazy game. It's very momentum heavy, and then when you play a game like 9-ball, where there can be early 9-ball combos and stuff, I mean, so much funny things can happen. There was some big story back in the day, long time ago. I forget exactly how it went. I know Bustamante was one of the players, and he played a guy, another champion, world class champion, and I can't remember if it was Bustamante or the other guy, but one of the players won 9. He broke and ran 9. His opponent, never even got to the table. And these guys were gambling for like good money, like 2,000 or something. And the player that lost said, I want to double the bet and play another set. And he won. You guys, somebody in the chat probably remembers the players in the story better than I do. I might have it a little bit mixed up, but it was basically along those terms, along those lines. It was a long time story among the pool world for years and years and years. It was a long time ago. My memory's a little hazy. Alex, who? I don't think it was Pagulian. Kazakis, maybe? Yeah, the Filipinos traditionally don't gamble against each other, and I would have remembered Pagulian before Boosie, so I don't think it was Pagulian. Maybe Kazakis, but I believe it was I thought it was like against like a old time American champion, like a Rimpey or a Varner or something like that. I can't imagine it was Kazakis because he's just not old enough. So Eric Sakowski with a 2-0 lead. Definitely not what you were looking for if you're Eric Johnston. Looks like Alex Bosch sighting on the gold crown on the left. Yep, sure is. He must be hanging around waiting for the winner. Yeah, well, I don't think it was Siegel. But you're right about that. It might have been though. You know what? It might have been Siegel. It was somebody around that time that was basically the same type of player. If my memory's correct. Okay, I got you guys. Ready? It was Francisco Bustamante versus C.J. Wiley. It was in Chicago, and they played for 14,000. C.J. Wiley, he had just made some scores against Efren Reyes and Mark Todd, or Mark Tad, I believe it's pronounced. CJ ran the first 8 racks on a tight table in a race to 9. He missed, and Bustamante ran 9 racks and went on to win the match. Oh, okay, so here's another story. So, okay, that was one story, but that's not even the one I thought I was. So the real one that I was talking about was Johnny Archer and Francisco Bustamante play a best of 3 races, a best of 3 sets, races to 12. Archer ran out the entire race to 12 in the first set, and Francisco Bustamante asked him to double the bet. Archer wisely refused, losing the next 2 sets. So yeah, that's pretty amazing. So I had to do some Googling to find those details. But look at that. That was a great shot. Great shot. But he's got another very difficult shot here. This one might even be harder, believe it or not. Now, if he just uses a little bit of follow, he should stay below the 9 for the 5. Yeah, he would have great position, but he just I mean, hit the 4 good, but just enough to miss it on this very tough 9-foot diamond with 4 1/4 inch pockets. This is not your standard diamond. Oh, watch out. Yeah, you see that happen a lot when the cue ball hits the bottom side of a ball. It shoots to the corner. See that quite a bit. He does have a look in the top left corner. And he could play the 6 ball in the same pocket next. Boy, Eric Sakowski has been hitting those really long shots like really well. Those are super tough, especially at that speed where you're kind of rolling it in. It's a lot more comfortable when you can hit it firm. So Eric Sakowski really showed up to play tonight, I'll tell you. So pretty good look here. It looks like he's not bothered by the side pocket. He could bridge that as comfortable as possible. And Eric Sakowski jumping up with a 3-0 lead. This is not the start that you want, that Eric Johnston was looking for. But 3-0, still early. So, jump cue? Yep, looks like the jump cue. Just a lot of distance to clear while keeping the cue ball and the object ball on the table. Yeah, see, that's the problem with that jump, is very difficult to keep both balls on the table. Now, Eric Johnston with ball in hand, but two ball a little funny. Yeah, I think he was just checking to see if there's a path to the top right corner. Oof. So, rattled that one. Eric has a kick at the left long rail. Just soft kick at it. Try to make it. And then you have the three ball hanging in the left corner. Oh, he might be hooked. Yeah, he sure is. Let's see. I believe he could go like this. 9 ball's kind of big. He's gonna jump. He's gonna try to jump over the point. I don't know about this. Oh no, I'm sorry. That wasn't jumping. That was massing. And he might have miscued. He kind of looked at. He kind of looked like something goofy happened there, but very difficult shot. Yeah, Dan, I agree. You know, it's all about perception, and how you perceive things and how you look at things. Are you a half glass full type of guy? Are you a half glass half empty type of guy? Um, I'll tell you, in my opinion, if I'm Bustamante and I watch CJ Wiley beat me 12-0 and run the set out, or wait, or what was it, Archer or Wiley in that? In that one, it was Archer, right? Sorry, guys. I was just dealing with an important text conversation. I just had to wrap up real quick. All right, back to the action here. Looks like Eric Sakowski is going to try to pocket this 5 top right corner. Missed it. Might hang. Oh, look at that. See? He's getting a little fortunate, which is part of the game. But we haven't really seen it flip. Normally you'll see it flip, and we haven't seen it flip yet. Great shot there, but gets a pretty cold roll scratching that bottom right corner. He must have had a little bit of right hand English on that, which made the cue ball shoot towards that corner. Or maybe a little bit of follow, and the cue ball jumped up in the air and the follow kind of acted like inside English would. Boy, this is not great for Eric Johnston, you know. Now, so he might get another chance here. This is a big rack, you know, 3-1 for 4-0. After what happened the first set and everything, this is a big rack. This is a big shot right here. It's missable being close to the rail like that. But Eric's been shooting those. Eric Sakowski's been shooting those real well. This is a little funny. Anytime a ball is hanging in the corner, it can be difficult to play position on. I would like to see him go rail first and with some left, and it just opens up the cue ball, because if your cue ball is just basically anywhere in that area, you're pretty, yeah, that's what he did, but he overhit it. And he's going to have a pretty good look at this bottom right corner. The reason I like that shot that he just shot was there's no scratch. It's impossible to scratch. And with the 9-ball being where it's at, as long as you don't get frozen to it, you're going to have a look somewhere. Oh, we missed it. And pretty tough leave. I expect Eric Johnston to shoot this one in the top right. Some players do like to do it in the back, cut it in the back left, top left. That's what he's eyeing up. I prefer the top right. I think it's a little easier to judge, and I think the pocket plays bigger. And your cue ball is going to be more controlled in a shot like this. See, there's a potential scratch in the same pocket as the 9 that he just shot it in. So, Eric Johnston, if you go back and watch the stream, you know, I think you're better off shooting that in the top right. But it is player preference. I just think if you set it up 100 times, you're going to have better results in the top right. And Eric Sakowski misses out 9, and Eric Johnston's got a great opportunity here. 3-1 or 4-0 is big difference. So just don't take it for granted. Yeah, he's not. Good shot. And that brings us to 3-1. So Eric Johnston to break. And makes a 2-ball on the side. And doesn't have much of a look here. I don't see any easy safes. There is a bank combo on the 1-9. Yeah, I think he called it. And normally I really don't shoot shots like this, but with how this rack lays out, it looks completely free to me. The 9 should never hang. You should never, like, nothing really crazy could happen. Oh my god. I thought he was going to scratch in the top right. That would have been super unlucky. Yeah, I don't mind swinging at that. Very, very, it seemed pretty free. So pretty good safe there. The 9-4 is a little bit congested now, though. That might have to be solved. Maybe if he kicks here, the 4-9, one or the other, both might move. It looks like he's going to kick one rail. When your opponent is going to kick like this, you should always check to see if that one ball's frozen. Because if you kick, if the one's frozen and you kick and hit it full, the cue ball double kisses back and they don't get a rail. I know that one ball's not frozen. We can see a gap from here, but just a tip for the people that don't know that. So, I mean, he does have a cross-side bank on the 3, but not ideal. The shape on the 4 is just treacherous. Great shot there. But now what? If he could bank this ball in between the 5-9 and out and just stop the cue ball here, he probably ends up with a safe bind the 9 or just not giving your opponent a look. Is a 9 gonna get in the way? I think so. Sure did. Yeah, Eric Johnston, has not gotten too many good opportunities, starting opportunities. He's gonna have to kick at this one. You could potentially, if he can get around the 9, you can pocket this 4 rail first in the bottom right. 8 ball looks like it protects a scratch in the bottom left. Oh, he could see the ball. And great shot there. Real nice. All right, so Eric Johnston with an opportunity here. This is tough. I mean, he does have an angle, but there's traffic with the 7 or the 9 to get stuck behind. If you go more towards the side pocket, there's a potential scratch. Yeah, I was no picnic. Yeah, this is no bargain either. Bank lay's pretty good. I think he's gonna bank it this one. Yeah. Hit it very well too. He just missed it. And Eric Johnston, with a great starting look for a change. This is a pretty good look here. 4 balls on the table. 8 to the 9 is going to be the key. Oh boy. Yeah, Eric Johnston is just, he hasn't settled in. He just hasn't been playing his game yet all night. Now it's far from over. He doesn't, it's far from over. If he gets it together, he's more than capable of coming back, winning the set, no problem. But he's been struggling. He hasn't been getting too many good opportunities either. So not the best recipe here for winning. Oh, Kevin Bourne sighting on the left gold crown. He must be playing with Alex Bosch. Yikes. I mean, that wasn't an easy shot. It might have even had to have been shot rail first, but Eric Johnston with a roll. We haven't seen him get too many rolls, and he got one there, but this is probably the best roll he's gotten. And Eric Sakowski still has a pretty good kick, and if he makes it, he'll have a shot at the 7. Look at this. Oh, he fouled. I think he touched the 8 ball. So if you missed earlier, we were talking about the rules. The rules are the same as my tour, the Make a Score tour, the same as Mike DeMarco's Ship to Cash tour, the same as Mike Zuglin's Joss tour. If you move a ball pre-shot, it's opponent's option to put it back, to leave it where it's at or put it back to where they think it was. And if you move anything in the act of shooting, it's a foul. And that's my favorite way to play. Might have to go high right here, 2 rails out of the corner. He used more high than right, which is probably pretty beneficial, because had he had used a lot of high right, that cue ball tracks right for that right side pocket. So very good decision there. And he finds himself with a pretty good look on the 9 here. Good shot. I want to look at that again. Did Eric jump up a little bit on this 9, which is a sign of nerves, which is totally understandable. Yeah, a little bit of body movement there. I think he should try to consciously make a decision to stay a little bit more still. And he has been still most of the night, because you know, we've seen a lot of pool, and that's the first time I really noticed it. But you don't want body movement when you're shooting, especially a money ball. But just like that, 3-2. And Eric Johnston to break. So when you pay attention to template 9 ball with the 1 on the spot, you want to watch the wing ball go there, the 1 ball fall short of the side and end up here. So the wing ball went in, and the 1 hit the point and made it go straight up table. If it didn't hit the point, it was going to be a beauty. It was gonna go right up there. What's up, Kirsten? How you doing? So Eric with a great starting shot here. Pretty natural to get in this window of the 9-7, just like that. Three ball. What do you do with the 3? The 7 ball's in a bad spot to try to play shape for the 2 and the 3 in the same pocket. So yeah, cross-side bank, and he felt pretty good on it. You don't have to do anything special with the cue ball. Use a little bit of draw or a little bit of low right. I like a little bit of low right because it throws the 3 ball more towards the side pocket to bank it. So he just didn't want to deal with any potential traffic, and he wanted to get out of there, and he did that nicely. This is tough. Let's see what he does here. If he can get to the bottom rail, I don't know if he's got enough momentum. Yeah, that would have been a great shot if he had just hit it a little bit harder. But he does have a nice roll up behind the 9 here. Great shot. Great shot there. And he got max value because he took away this rail. Had the cue ball have been pretty parallel with the 9 here, you give up an easy 1 rail kick, and they might even kick it in the side. So he executed that so well, he took that rail away. And now Eric has a similar kick from the other side, but you see it's more difficult. And now Eric Johnston is going to get ball in hand, which he really deserved because he did play a very nice safety. So I like this. Pocket the 6 on the side, roll forward, 7 in the bottom right, and then you pick either the right side or the top right on the 8, depending on how you fall on the 7. I would have liked the angle from the other side with like the cue ball here, because then you pocket the 7 and have the cue ball come up for the 8 on the side. See, that's the problem with that 7 ball shot, is you have a tendency to fall on this side of the 8 rather than the good side of the 8. But he's got options. Is he taking the corner? No. There's no way. Yeah, no way. Good shot. A little bit of distance here. But he'd love to make this one and tie it up 3-3. I like to use low left here. If you just use a little bit of left or a little high left, there is a scratch in the side. If you use low left, there's no scratch. See how that cue ball started tracking towards that side? But great out there. That's going to knot us up 3-3. You might be looking to take a little player break. Now, let me check it out. So guys, it's not a player break. It's just a quick bathroom break. So nobody's going anywhere. We're still here. And we'll be back in 2 minutes. Not even. All right, guys. What do you got for predictions? We got 3-3. We got a race to 8 from here. Excuse me, race to 8 from here. Wait, what you guys? Who you got? See some predictions, chat. I'm not seeing any predictions in the chat. Come on, chat. What you got? Well, Eric Sakowski had all the momentum in set number 1. And now we have a tie game in set number 2. If Eric Johnston is to take a lead, I'd like to see how Eric Sakowski responds. Will he start feeling the heat? You know, will he start making some unforced errors? Josh Groves in the chat says he's predicting Eric Johnston 11-9. All right, Eric Johnston to break, all knotted up 3-3. Let's pay attention to the wing ball and the 1 ball falling short of the side and coming up and trying to stay in this area. So he made the wing, but that 1 ball's not cooperating. His last break, it went low and hit the point, and then this break, it went high and hit that point. So 1 ball not cooperating, but the wing ball is, so I'd rather the wing cooperate than the 1, because if the wing doesn't go in, who cares where the 1 goes? Looks like all safety here. And that's not going to work, but he didn't really give up too much here. I'm guessing Eric is going to play a safety back. I don't really see much. Yeah, that was a great shot. Ronnie is predicting 11-10 in Eric Sakowski's favor. Kirsten says Eric's going to win. Bold statement there. Eric Johnston going airborne, makes a great hit, almost made the ball. Maybe gave up a cross-side bank, but not much of a reward on the 2. This rack could go back and forth until somebody gets a look in the 2 and moves it or plays safe or something. Or maybe a ball in hand to try to develop it. Yeah, I like that. I think that was the correct shot there. Even if the 1 did bang cross-side, I think just trying to hide behind the 4 was the move. But he hit the 4. And that foiled his plans. What do we got? Maybe a bank? Yeah, the bank did lay pretty good. Hit that great. And now he's got a look at the 3 in the side, but cue ball going away from the 4. I'd like to, if it lays how it looks, I'd like to see him pocket the 3 and bring the cue ball like 2 rails around for a look at the 4 in the top right. That would have worked too. He missed the 3, but that would have really worked. He would have got real nice on that 4. Yeah, Kirsten, I agree. I think this one's going to go down to the wire. So, would have liked that cue ball to come down table a little bit more. But he's still okay. This is fine. He's got options. Ooh. So, Eric Sakowski is starting to make some mistakes. He's having some unforced errors now. And we might see Eric Johnston start feeding off that. You know, he hasn't really cracked or crumbled at all. He took his loss in set number 1. Didn't hesitate at all. You see how quick they looked at the camera and said, yeah, we're going to do another one. Look at that Shotsky. Look at that Shotsky. First set was 11-5 in Eric Sakowski's favor. And I figured they were done. And within 2 minutes of that set finishing, Eric Johnston said, hey, I'd like to play another one if you want. And here we are. Kirsten, I will give you as much info as I can on the stream on the next break. But just talk to me in person because I can show you way quicker and easier than try to explain on the stream. If that freezes to the rail, yeah, okay. So now, see, everything's turning around now. Momentum is shifting because Eric Sakowski is starting to have some unforced errors, and Eric Johnston is starting to get away with a miss every once in a while. So the roles are reversing all of a sudden. And we saw how Eric Johnston dealt with it. And if it continues like this, we're going to have to see how Eric Sakowski deals with it. It doesn't mean you have to lose. You can grind it out. But it's very difficult, and it takes a lot of heart. You can't give up. Like, this is a very tough shot. I'd like to see him draw to the left long rail. He went in on the bank. Sydney is predicting 11-6 in Eric Sakowski's favor. She may be a little bit biased, but probably not. That's probably just her completely well-calculated guess of what's going to happen. But, you know. Oh, look at this Shotsky. You know how difficult that is to not only pocket the ball, but to get that much. Oh, look at this. He hit. Wow, he hit this. I mean, this is like pro stroke right there. I mean, that is a super difficult shot. And the cue ball got in the worst spot possible at that end rail. Now he's got to back cut it, which is super missable, and it hangs if you miss it. And he's got a bank or a look in the side. He's going to bank. Big shot here. I feel like his confidence, if he makes this, will be soaring compared to what it has been. Let's see here. It's a big shot. I got a double kiss. But look, see, now he got away with it, though, you see? Well, he's going to give up pretty good bank, I think. This might also have a double kiss, but I'm not sure. Yeah, he's instantly calling it, so I'd say the double kiss is not in play. But at least he didn't give up a hanger. You know, if Eric steps up and banks this in, you know, just a good shot. Good shot. Nice shot there. And Eric Sakowski reclaims the lead 4-3. All right, Kirsten, real quick, right? So in and everybody watching, in 9-ball, there's only two places to break from. They're called the wing. That's the two places. If you break from this side, you make the 7-ball wing. If you break from this side, you make the 3-ball wing. Regardless of which side you break from, you want the one to go to the opposite side that you're breaking from to come up to a corner for position. Now, to achieve this, you don't hit the 1 ball straight on. You favor it on this side, which forces it going that way. And it also is the proper way to make the wing ball as well. It's a double win. That's as much as I can really explain to you on stream like this, but like I said, just catch me in person and I can show you. And there's ways to tell, like, if you're hitting it correct or not. You basically just look at where the 1 ball goes, and that tells you if you're hitting the right spot or not. But it's not as hard as people think. So Eric Sakowski pushed. And now Eric Johnston to the table. He has a bank here. Yeah, I like going in on that bank because you're probably not going to leave anything bad. You know, it's hard to leave a hanger there. It was basically free. Will Alley says, my 1 ball all too often ends up on the bottom rail with no shot. The bottom rail, like where you rack from? How does it end up down there? If you break from the wing. That's like the least common area for the 1 ball to be after the break. And I don't know if you're hitting. The only thing I could think of is you hit the high point and it bounces back down table. Oh, top rail. Yeah. That's a huge problem, as you know. So I'm assuming your one ball is doing this and coming to the top rail, which means you're cutting it too much. You have to hit it fuller. It's very hard. I mean, it's not very hard. It does happen. Like if you break from this side, the one can go above the side and to here, but it doesn't happen very often at all. So if I was a betting man, I'd bet that your one ball is going like this, which is not good. Yeah, try not cutting the one as much. Reduce the cut so the one comes out flatter and, goes to the right hole. If you really practice it and hit it on point consistently, the one doesn't even go on the side anymore. Like it always falls short if you hit it correctly or even like 90% correctly. The big no-no in almost all breaking is if you break from there, you don't want to cross the one, which is where when you hit the one, your cue ball goes this way. Your cue ball should never go that way if you hit the break correctly. It should go this way or this, anywhere in this square, basically. It should be like in there. Because you're coming in to the one on this side, to hit it correctly. So your natural line of where the cue ball is going to go is to the right side of our table view. It's called crossing the one when you hit it on the wrong side, and it makes the wing ball odds of going in plummet. And there's a lot of times when you cross the one, you'll draw, or the cue ball will go in the side pocket, whether you use draw or follow or whatever. It doesn't really matter. So Eric Johnston looking to get it done here. He's got a very nice look here at the 4, but it's a little work to do here with the 5. Oh, nice bump there. See, now Eric's getting Eric Johnston is getting a nice little bump every once in a while. If he misses, he's not giving up a hanger. I see things turning a little bit here. And didn't want to run into that 9. This is going to make life a lot harder. Will Cook, do you drop your elbow on the wing ball break? No, I try to never drop my elbow. I don't, I just don't. I want my mechanics as consistent as possible, so I don't want to develop an elbow drop on some shots, whether it be the break. Some guys do it on like power draw shots where they really have to hit it super hard with a lot of draw. I just want to use the same type of mechanics the whole time. And it's weird. I've heard some coaches, top tier coaches, say it's okay to elbow drop every once in a while. And then I've heard some say that you should never do it. So I'm not even sure what the right answer is, really. But I try not to do it. I like consistency. Can he pocket this ball? No. You better get that 8-ball, better get in the game. It sure did. Sure, I believe it did. But Eric Sakowski, I'm sure, will be going airborne here. If he can't see the entire ball. He looks like he's got his playing cue. What is he doing? Is he jumping? He might be jumping just the edge with his break. Is that? Oh no, that is a jump cue. It looked full length when he had it in his hand walking. That was definitely a jump cue. Makes a good hit. Eric Johnston gonna have pretty decent look. It looks like he can draw for the 8 in the bottom left next. Yeah, okay, great angle. Now that was a great stroke. That was a nice fluent stroke. He stayed down. Yeah, that was a good stroke. So, a little bit of a funny angle here. He can use low left, draw out for the 9 and the same. He can go high right. I don't like this decision. I mean, he felt good on it, don't get me wrong. But I don't want to have to shoot these on the side. I'd rather go forward more and shoot it in the top left corner probably than shoot that in the side. But he made it. Great shot. 4 ties it up 4-4. All right, Eric Johnston to break. So we might have lost a couple of viewers that didn't stick around to see a second set was going to be played. So if you guys don't mind, please like and share the stream. Send a donation if you can, but if you can't, a like and share is greatly appreciated. Try to support free pool. You know, I don't charge the players anything here to do this. Most of the time a player will tip, but there's been plenty where they haven't. I pay my tab. I'll probably rack up a $30 tab before I go. You know, so support free pool if you can, guys. I try to do the best I can here. But oh, it looks like maybe a quick bathroom break here. Let me check. So guys, one of the players is just taking a brief bathroom break. I am going to take this quick opportunity to run out and have a quick cigarette. I will be very quick, and I will be right back with you. I will leave you with a little bit of music, and I'll be back, guys. Give me 5 minutes, that's all. I'll be back. Alrighty, guys. Back in action here. And looks like Eric hung the 6. I didn't see the shot he had. But he did hang the 6. And Eric Johnston with a nice opportunity here. Playing position with a ball hanging in the corner like this is very difficult. They're very difficult. And that's pretty good. Got a good angle. Looks like he can pocket the 7 and draw back and play the 9 in the same pocket. Great shot. Great shot. Got perfect on that 9 ball. And Eric's Sakowski is going to concede it. And Eric Johnston with the lead. New leader in the clubhouse. 5-4 lead. So, Eric Johnson a break. Let's watch this 3 ball shoot towards the corner and the 1 ball. 1 ball went high, 3 ball went in. He did not hit those super square. You could tell by how the cue ball went down table. Let's see what happened there. Let's watch the cue ball. Yeah, so he overcut the 1 a little bit, and he put some unintended right hand English on the cue ball. He could push here if he can't see it. Might be able to kick at it, or maybe even see an edge. Yeah, I think now he changed to kicking at it. Oh no, a push. Okay, nothing wrong with this push. Nothing wrong with that. Didn't leave too easy of a safe. I'd like to go off the right of the 1 with a bunch of right hand English. Try to come in tight. Stick that cue ball behind that cluster. He might be trying the same thing, but going the left from the left. The only reason I don't like the left is because you really wanted to aim for like the path of that 9 ball to come up in that window there. Oh, look at this. The cue ball must have went off the bottom rail and locked up on the 9. That was, I mean, maybe he was playing that. I'm not sure, but if he was playing it, that was a phenomenal shot. And if not, it was a fortunate roll. Eric looks like he's going to bank this 6 into the cluster. Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind that. You know, make the out difficult. You'll see a lot of players have a very low percentage kick at a ball, and they'll try it. I'm talking real low percentage, like 3%. And they'll try it when it's not worth trying. It's better to tie up balls and make the out harder and just give up ball in hand. So I like what he did with that intentional foul with the 6 ball. Now what's Eric going to do? He's going to be looking for a safety somewhere. Find the 6. Oh, see, look at this. Gave up a look. Now, fortunate for Eric Sakowski. Very difficult to get shape on the 5 next. The angle's going away from the 5. Even if you load this up with a ton of inside English, it's very tough to get a shape on the 5. Yeah, see, that was the right shot, to go to that rail and back out. And he underhit it a little bit. This kick does not lay terrible. He might kick this one in. It doesn't, and if not, it might double bank and actually kick the 7 ball on the bottom left. A lot of good things can happen here. Wow. So it looked like the 5 was headed towards the 9 into a pretty safe area, and I believe it nicked the 6. But Eric Sakowski does have a very nice look at the 5, but position on the 6 is no hanger. I'd like to see him go through this 5 very firm. Assuming the angle, he could get to the top rail and back out, like basically hard would stun. I think he was playing bottom rail for a 6-7 combo, which had he had made the 5, he would have had a pretty darn good look at that 6-7 combo. Let's see what Eric's got in mind here. See how he just readjusted? This is important. Watch this, guys. Ready? Right now, watch him readjust. Ready? Ready, ready. He's going to jack up more. See, see, see? Don't do that. If you change your mind while you're down and you need to readjust, you stand up, reset, commit to what you want to do mentally, and then get down and re-execute. You never want to change your mind mid-stroke and then change where you're aiming on the cue ball. It's not good. You should always fight that and say, no, I'm going to get up. I'm going to clearly make up my mind, and now I'm going to get down and execute. I'd like it to see him bank this 6 at the 7. It's a big pocket. He's playing all safe. Needs that 6 to keep going. Yeah, I think it's a very difficult safe. And looks like Eric's going to be able to cut this ball on the side. Yeah, watch out 9. Now, I think he got a little fortunate here. Because the 7 is on this side of the pocket, it makes it easier. It makes it a bigger ball to go rail first. And he hit it pretty good, but because of the 7 being on that side of the pocket, it went into the point, the round of the rail, we call it. And now Eric Johnston with a big opportunity here. If he could run these 3, take a 6-4 lead. Oh boy, needs to hit the 8 to come out with something decent, and did not get a favorable bump there. Now, this is okay though, because you bank it cross-side. You put left-hand English on the cue ball, and your cue ball comes out, you know, anywhere in that area. It might even get... I play it in that area because there is a 2-rail scratch on the side, and you don't have to get perfect on the 9. So I like to bank the 8 and then just use a little bit of left and just come out to somewhere safe around there. Take your medicine on the 9. I like the speed he hit that 8 ball, because a lot of the times when you bank at it and miss it on the short side, it will double bank in the other side pocket. So when you can, you should play it at the speed to where it will have enough legs to get for the double bank. And Eric hit that pretty well. Hit that. Oh, what happened? They're talking about something. Foul. Let me see here. Oh, I didn't catch it in time. But Eric, somewhere there was a foul. And Eric didn't look like he recognized it, but he didn't put up a fight. Okay, maybe he conceded the 9. That's what it was. Okay, it wasn't a foul. It was a concession of the 9. And that's going to tie us up 5-5. At the speed to where it will have... Sorry guys, I'm going back on my phone. I wanted to look at what he conceded here, because... Let me see. Yeah, I mean, it's not a terrible concession, but I don't know if I would have conceded that one, only because of the stretch. We've seen Eric Sakowski stretch about 3 times, and I think he missed all 3. I know he missed at least 2 of them. I probably would have made my opponent shoot that one. But Only because of the stretch, you know. It was a pretty routine 9. So either way, we're knotted up 5-5. We got a good set here. I don't know if he can backcut this, but the bank should be open in the top right corner. Looks like he hit it very well. Sure did. He's going to have shape on the 2, which carries a natural angle. Pocket the 2. Cue ball should come below the side and back out to this general area for the 4. Well done there. He got perfect on this 4. He has an angle where he can use the right long rail to come back towards the 5. He'd like to keep an angle. He got straight. He would have liked to have been, ideally, like in this circle right here, to have an angle to do the same thing. Pocket the 5 and use the right long rail to go towards the 7. But he's okay. He hit that one well. What he had going for him is he knew he didn't have to get greedy with the 7, but when he pockets it here, the cue ball can naturally go around for the 8. You don't really have to do much here. It's natural. You just have to make sure you make the 7 and don't short it speed-wise. And he fell very nice here. He's got a nice natural line. It's just about center ball, high English, and fall down in this general area for the 9. Little tight to the rail. That makes this very missable, especially if you're dead straight. If you have a slight angle favoring either side, it's a lot easier. But if you're dead straight, like he was, you could see the cue ball went straight. It makes it a lot tougher. And Eric Johnston now, 6-5 lead. And we can see the tide turning. You know, Eric Sakowski did not make very many mistakes at all the first set. And he's missed some balls this set. I'm not saying he got lucky, but, you know, the rolls is a thing. He won the rolls department in set number 1. And now I'd say Eric Johnston has gotten the best of the rolls just by a little bit in this second set. So I see momentum turning in a big way right now. Eric Sakowski played with a pretty comfortable lead most of the first set. I believe Eric Johnston had a 2-1 lead, and then Eric Sakowski went on a tear. But he never really had much pressure on him. You know, being down 2-1 is not much pressure in my opinion. So we're going to have to see. We saw how Eric Johnston has performed from being down and fighting through, not playing his A game and getting some cold rolls. And it looks like now we're going to see how Eric Sakowski does in very similar conditions. He missed a couple balls on the side. He missed that 9. I think it'd be fair to say that a little frustration could be setting in from those misses, which is totally natural. I'm not trying to critique him. It's just natural. I'm not sure what he's going to do here. There may be a back bank in the side, believe it or not. Probably not, though. Probably have to play a safety below the 9. Yeah, I'm not sure if he played the bank or the safety. I think he played the safety. Or maybe even a 2-way. Maybe he had it where if he hit it perfect, he could play both. I'm not sure. Don't hit the 5. Okay, he's in business. He's in business now. Pockets a 3, got the 4 on the side. The 4 to the 5 is going to be tricky if he comes up short, which most players will here. Yep, so he came up short. And now he's got a lot tougher of a position play than he was hoping for. He can stun up to the rail with a bunch of left and come this way. maybe even split the 8-5 if he used a lot of left. Let's see where he's going here. So he didn't get the cue ball like going straight up table as much as he would have liked, but he got a pretty good bounce off the 6 to give him a look at the side. And if he makes it, the 6 is hanging. Yeah, look at this. He's in business. Don't want to be on the rail, but this is a pretty easy shot. And you don't have to do much with the cue ball. Don't want to get straight. He got a little straight. He might have an angle to where he can pocket the 7 and follow down with the cue ball and up. He could, yeah, I think that's what he's doing. Yep, overcooked that one. Might have a look at the corner, though. Yeah, pretty good look at the corner, but these are super missable. If you were playing on the Gold Crown 3 right here on the left of our view, this shot is not very intimidating. But on this table, this shot is super intimidating because of that right there. If you rub the rail, it's not going in. That ball goes in on the Gold Crown on the left every single time. Obviously, every 7-foot valley in here, that ball's going in every time. It's a lot more missable on this table. And Eric Sakowski is obviously disappointed there that he whiffed at the 8, but anytime a ball is deep on a tight pocket table, specifically a diamond that has deep shelves, that happens a lot. I do it. You wouldn't believe how many times I've done that in the past 3 years on this table. It happens a lot. So he really should not beat himself up over that one. It happens a lot. And Eric Johnston here looking to extend his lead to 7-5 and really apply some pressure. I like him taking his time here. He's not taking this for granted. I think he realizes that he's got a great opportunity to apply pressure and extend his lead. And he gets it done, pockets the 9, stretches his lead to 7-5. And I think it's fair to say the tide's turning. All right. Eric Johnston, 7-5 lead. Applying pressure to Eric Sakowski, who finds himself in unfamiliar territory here for the first time. He'd been pretty comfortably dictating the set and had a pretty comfortable lead in the first set that he did win 11-5. And Eric Johnston said, you know what? I know I didn't play my game. I know I'm better than that. I want another crack at him. And they agreed to play another set in record time. I mean, I'd say faster than any single match I've ever done on the Make a Score Tour, which I believe this is the 16th action match I've done. So, gotta give, win or lose, you know, Eric Sakowski could come back and win this set, and, you know, but win or lose, you really got to give Eric Johnston a lot of credit there. To lose 11-5, not play your A game, and your opponent played very good, it takes a lot of heart to say, you know what, I ain't going down like that. Look at this shot. Great kick shot on the 2. Take another look at that. I like the speed he hit it. Good speed. I think he put a little bit of draw on the cue ball there. Needs to hit this full. Yeah, he's got a back cut. I'd like to see him slow down a little. But he might be feeling it. You know, I do this sometime where when I feel momentum swinging and I feel like I'm finally starting to play my game, sometimes I let instincts take over. but he did miss that 4-ball. And had he had made it, he had a nice cut at the 5 in the side with natural position on the 7. And he would have been in great shape to try to run out to take an 8-5 lead. And now Eric Sakowski is going to have the same opportunity. And he'd love to run out here and get a little bit closer, not tie it up, but get a little closer and apply some pressure back. Cue ball got away from him a little bit there. If he can't back cut this, he still has a very makeable bank back at him in the side pocket. And you should come out with a pretty decent look at the 8 if you make the bank, so nothing wrong with going in on this. Yeah, great speed. The spin is going to carry him up there. Yep. He would have liked to hit it a little bit firmer, but this is okay because you make the 8 and either naturally or put a little bit of left. You can come over here for the 9 in the side or the bottom corner. Yeah, it looks like he hit that very well. Good speed. He'd really like to be able to just roll this in the side, but I think he's going to have to accept the corner. No, looks like he's eyeballing the side. It might be a little, it might lay a little better than I thought. But now with the high, I don't know. Let's see what's he doing. Yeah, okay, corner, good shot. And 7-6 in Eric Johnston's lead. In Eric Johnston's favor. Look at this break. Very, very nice break there. But 1-ball top rail. Kevin, I think that's just on your end. I would try restarting the device or computer or whatever you're on. Pretty good safety there. Just leave distance. I don't see an easy return safe. Oh, he got a double kiss there. And Eric Sakowski is going to have a nice opening look at the 1 here. He's got some work to do to get to the 2-ball. Oh, great shot. He's going to come out real nice here. Doesn't want to get straight. And he's got a little bit of an angle. He might have to just draw back a little bit and play the 4 in the top right corner next. He'd like to use high right and get out to center table, but I don't know if he's got enough angle for that. Yeah, that's what he was going for, but he came up well short. If he can see the edge of the 4, I'd like to see him cut the 4 with a bunch of left-hand English and try to come hide behind the 8 or the 6 or something. If he can see a lot of it, yeah, that's the shot. If he could, I didn't think he could see that much of it, but that was the shot. The reason why that's the shot is because if you don't get coverage behind the 6, 5, 9, or even the 8, you leave this, which is no bargain, you know? So he's going to try to play safe behind the 5, 9. And it's awful close. Let's see body language. I think, yeah, I don't know. Can't tell by anybody's body language yet. I think Eric can pocket this ball in the bottom left. Now I think he's kicking. Oh, I was wrong. I was wrong. Okay. And he got a nice little rub off that 9. Came out real nice on the 5. He's got a great chance here to run out, knot it up 7-7. Oh, came up a little weak there. I don't know if he was trying to come above the 6 for the 6 on the side or stay below it for the corner. I'm assuming the corner, but he definitely came up short. Dan Regan, I got your donation. Thank you very much. It's greatly appreciated. So Eric Eric Johnston, look at the 6 here. Doesn't want to hit the 8. Yeah. He was trying to, I think, use a bunch of left-hand English to avoid coming into contact with the 8. And that caused him to hit the 6 full and hang it. Nick, thanks for liking the stream. I believe Nick A. Marino is junior, which I believe it's your birthday today. Happy birthday, sir. Hope you had a fantastic day. Yeah, okay, now I see the picture. I know it is you. Happy birthday, sir. Hope you had a great day. Will, so yes, I do plan on doing another raffle. I might spice it up a little bit and add something that I think people would really appreciate and enjoy, but still have some thinking to do. There's about 3 different ways I could do it, and I'm just not sure which way to go yet. Yep, good run out there, and all knotted up 7-7. We got a good one here, guys. Race to 4 for the cash. Well, just out of curiosity, and it really doesn't matter to me, is there a certain, are one of those cases, do you have your eyes on one particularly, or are you getting into potentially turn 20 into 250? I know some guys join in just to try to, turn a 20 or 40 into 250 and take the cash, and I know some guys are chasing the case. I'm just curious which one you're chasing, if you're trying to win the case or the cash. And I don't care which one it is personally. I'm just curious. So Eric Sakowski with a great break there. Has a very nice opening look at the 2. Position to the 3 could be a little funny. And looks like he's got a very nice look at the 3 on the side. He could just follow a little bit forward beyond the 6. That's too far forward for my liking. But he wanted to make sure that he didn't block himself on the 6. Yeah, see, that's the reason why I don't want to get too far beyond the 6, because it makes pocketing the 4 a lot harder. And even if you do pocket the 4, you run into the 5, and you're not guaranteed a shot afterwards. All right, well, I hear you. The only problem with that is the 4 cases. I ordered 22 cases as a dealer, and I have 4 left, and they're all single strap. So it sounds like you would be looking to win the cash, which is totally fine with me. Doesn't matter to me. Oh, got a pretty favorable stopper there on the 6. That could have went bad, but that went okay. Now you just roll this 5 in, and you have a good look at the 6. 7's right in the side, and then you got 8 to the 9. He's got a fantastic opportunity here to run out and take an 8-7 lead. So Will, the way the rings. Okay, so the backpack straps attached to a ring on the case. The ring is riveted in, and the problem with that is when you have two backpack straps, the location of the ring is different than if you have one backpack strap. You could very easily add two backpack straps to a case that was made for one, but the location, I've never seen it done, and it's probably because the location of the rings doesn't make the straps fall as good as they would if you had it, made for the full backpack straps, the two straps. I can, I shouldn't have, there's no reason I shouldn't be able to take two straps and put them, or take an additional strap and add it, and you can see what it's like if you'd like. But it's not going to be factory, it's not going to be perfect. It might be fine, but it's not going to be like it would be straight from the factory. And Eric Johnston gets out there and keeping the heat on Eric Sakowski, has an 8-7 lead. All right, guys, any live score predictions? We got a barn burner here. We got 8-7. It's as close as it could possibly be. We have Eric Johnston leading, who lost the first set. So this is about as close as it could possibly be here, with 15 racks played. 3 ball on the wing. And then we'll watch the 1 ball. As 1 ball has not been... Yeah, as 1 ball, for whatever reason, has not been tracking correctly. Oh, I think I hit the button twice or something. I don't know what just happened there. Hill coin toss. Yeah, I think you're right. This should... Looks like it's going to come down right to the end here. Now, I don't know if you guys have noticed it, but there hasn't been many early 9 balls at all in either set. I'm going to predict that there's at least one early 9 ball combo played before this set is over. And this set can only have a maximum of 6 racks left to be played. But I just have a funny feeling there's going to be an early 9 before this set's over with. Maybe even 2, who knows? But we haven't seen, like, any that I can remember. Do you guys remember any early 9s? I don't remember any. So, none of this matters. None of this matters. You know what matters? This. If that 5 ball is frozen to the rail, which I think it is, and does not go in the side, it's in the worst spot any ball could possibly be on the table. And now, the one good thing about it is if you get dead straight in on it in the top right corner, the 6 ball is right there, so you don't have to move the cue ball much, and you just have to focus on pocketing the 5. But good luck getting straight in on the bottom side of the 5 from here. I mean, it's possible, but it's very tough. Yeah, that's how he had to do it, but missed the 9. And he might be better off that he hit that 9, because he might have ended up getting stuck behind the 6 or something. This is, Now, so, okay, so here's something that most players don't know. If that 5 ball is on the point, I mean really on it, you can hit that 5 ball very hard, and it actually collapses the point of the rail and drives through it and goes in the pocket. Go set it up, try it out. You know, there's a fine line of what you can get away with and can't get away with. But you can set that up where it literally looks impossible to make the ball. But if you hit it extremely hard, it collapses the rail and it drives right through it. It's definitely a shot. I highly recommend everybody practicing for just 10-20 minutes, and then you'll know your capabilities of it for the rest of your life. There's a lot of shots like that they don't come up very often, but in 10-20 minutes you can really figure out the shot and you can use it for the rest of your life. So looky here, Eric Sakowski is going to have a great opportunity to try to run out these 4 balls and try to knot this one up 8-8. Kirsten says, I've done that in the corner, not sides. So it mainly applies to the side pockets because they are cut uniquely. The corners are not cut the same as the side. The sides are unique. But yeah, you know, it is possible to do in a corner, but it's slightly different. Will Ailey says, long night for you, Lance Lisciotti. Great job. I actually made that shot you're talking about against a guy. We spoke about it first. Amazed it actually happened in a match. Mike Massey showed it to me a long time ago. Yeah. Yep. Mike Massey, he's awesome. Super knowledgeable guy, been around forever. And not, you know, everybody knows him as a trick shot guy, but Mike Massey was a hell of a player. He was not your average trick shot guy that could not beat a pro to save their life. He was a real deal trick shot guy that could beat anybody that walks this earth in one set. He played pro speed pool. He was not just a trick shot specialist. And he's a very nice guy if you've ever met him. If you ever get a chance to meet him, I definitely recommend saying hi. He's a very nice guy. Last time I seen him and was at actually Mohegan Sun. He was here for actually a women's event. I don't know if maybe he got contracted to do a trick shot show or what, but back to the action here. Eric Johnston with a great better use a lot of left-hand English here. You don't want to use just high and cut it. You want to use, yeah, he used left. That's why, okay, good shot. Great opportunity here to open up the lead to 9-7. And not too much to do here. You focus on making the 8. Ooh, a little bit outside. It almost looked like he might have put a hair of draw on that cue ball just to make sure he stayed, you know, above the 9. He didn't want to just float below it and end up in a bad spot. Well, that Ailey says, watched him beat Mike DeShane. Yeah, yeah. So you know if a guy beats Mike DeShane, you know he could play. And I'm not knocking the trick shot guys or anything, but I don't know. He might be the only trick shot guy that I know of that was like a world-class trick shot guy that could beat Mike DeShane. I don't know if any other trick shot guy in the world that made it to the level that Mike Massey made it to would have a prayer of beating Mike DeShane in a set. But, you know, to be fair, that's not their craft. Their craft is not playing pool and rotation. Their craft is trick shots. So I'm not knocking them. I'm just crediting Mike Massey. And Eric Johnston makes that 9 and takes a 9-7 lead. So I like numbers, guys. I'm a math guy, right? 9-7. Eric Sakowski has to win 4 racks and hold Eric Johnston to only 1 to win the set 11-10. That his max wiggle room is he has to outscore Eric Johnston 4-1 just to win Hill. And it's totally doable. We've seen much worse happen a million times. But it's not a spot. It's not a spot you want to be in. But you know, the real key is the next 2 racks. If he can knot it up 9-9, he might even be the favorite to win the set because he has momentum. But if he was to give up a rack here, or even the next rack, which would make it 10-8, he's in trouble. He's, you know, not in a good spot. If you're Eric Johnston, you really want to get that 10th hill rack on the board ASAP. You do not want to see 9-9. Bob Lewis says Mike Zuglin and Mike Massey made their way to Mike X's room. That's a lot of Mikes. In the late 99 and the late 90s. And Massey defeated Zuglin in the finals. Yeah. And Zuglin was, you know, he was a real deal touring pro. You know, he played great. Yeah, Mike Massey is the real deal. He could do it all on a pool table. And, you know, he's getting up there in age, and he still gets it done. I'm only 39. I can't imagine being his age and still getting it done. I feel like I'm falling apart at 39. He's still going strong. I don't know how old he is, but pretty sure he's getting up there. Mike Hale in the chat, what's up, brother? Oh, is he gonna get? Yeah, he'll get a rail. Now Eric has a low right cut shot at the 1 in the side, which carries shape for the 2, and the 3 ball's pretty good behind it, and the 4 ball's pretty good behind that, and the 5 ball's pretty good behind that. So he's got a great chance to run out the 5 to the 7, 7 to the 8, 8 to the 9 is going to be the major work in this rack. Right now you got, you know, basically stop shot on the 2. Then you have basically stop shot on the 3. You want to come back a little bit for the 4. But even if you just roll this 3 in, you could stay on the wrong side of the 4 and just go down table and back up for the 5. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, so like he is on the wrong side. It looks like he'll have to go down table and back up to the 5, but you're fine because there's no big blockers. And even if you were to hit the 9 coming from behind it, like up now to the 9, you'd be fine. You'd still have a good look. He hit that shot super well. He got nice and close because he knows 5 to the 7 is tricky. It's no hanger. So he knew getting close to the 5 would give him better chances at the 7. So it looks like he's played position for a safety behind the 8 or the 7 all the way down. He has options. If he feels comfortable and confident, he goes for the out. But I think the safe, I think that was the right move. If he tried to cut that 7 in the bottom left corner and hung it, then his opponent, Eric Johnston, would have been in prime position to run out, run out and make it 10-7. So, and even if he had hit that safe poorly and didn't get coverage behind the 8 ball, he still didn't give up an easy shot. Oh, I don't like jumping this. I do not like jumping this. I like kicking. Yeah, Eric, do not fall in love with the jump here, brother. You gotta go this way. He's falling in love with it. He's going to get the jump kill. I wonder if maybe the camera angle's deceiving and I can't see. Maybe he doesn't have that rail, but it looks like he does. Yeah, I think he's, or I don't know, maybe he doesn't have it and he's looking if he can go like this. Now he's looking like he's got this. Yeah, okay, there we go. You have to go this way. It's easier, and you might pocket the 7. If yeah, he didn't get away with that one. But he did make a good hit. It's better than giving a ball in hand, that's for sure. But this is pretty close to ball in hand type of position here. It's just natural. It's a relatively easy shot on the 7 and naturally carries you towards the 8. So he's got some options here. He can stay above the side pocket. He could go below it, but flirt with it. Yeah. Good shot, but actually, you know what? So now he can address the entire cue ball because of where the side pocket is. So that makes this a lot more comfortable, but it's definitely missable. Great, good shot there. And I think, yeah, I think he said to his opponent, as long as it's not dead straight on, I'll make it. So just like that, 9-8. All right, guys. Got a barn burner here. Got 9-8. Eric Sakowski at the table is up 1 set. They're playing for 500. Eric's up the first. Eric's up 1. Eric Sakowski is up 1 set. Eric Johnston is fighting back to try to even up in sets. This is a very big rack. You know, if you're Eric Johnston, you win and you're up 10-8 and you force Eric Sakowski to have to win 3 in a row. If you're Eric Sakowski and you win, it's 9-9 and you feel like you have momentum. And he even has a chance to break and run this rack. This is going to be the critical shot here is can he get a look at the 4 in the top left, make it, and then I would just play the 3 now and then play your cue ball where it is now. Because you pocket the 4, your cue ball hits the 8 this way and stops, and you have a good look at the 5. I'm not sure why he went that way. Maybe to play safe behind the 8. Maybe the 4 does not go in the top left. Chris Malone, you think Eric Johnston should have jumped at that 7 ball? I mean, you know, he kicked at it and gave up a shot, and then Eric Sakowski ran out. So I know what you mean by, like, he kicked at it and it didn't work out. But you think the jump was a better long-term decision than the kick? So Eric Johnston with a failed safety attempt there. Eric Sakowski. I don't know if this ball goes on the side. I think it does the way he was looking. Oh, he went with a corner. I wonder if he called the 9. Played a 2-way. Yeah, Chris, you're right about that. Hindsight is 20/20. What do you do here? I mean, gotta play some sort of safe, I assume. Well, he went in on the bank and tried to draw the cue ball back up table for the 5 ball. That was asking for a lot. That was really asking for a lot. I mean, there was no offensive shot there that I saw. I didn't see any easy safes, lockup safes. But I think he would have been better off committing to even like just leave 9 feet and the ball's center table, rail to rail, you know? Center rail, 9 feet distance. So now Eric Sakowski looking to run out here and knot this one up 9-9. He's got a pretty good look at the 5 here. Oh, so I think he wanted to use a little low right there to try to hold for the 7, and I think the draw turned over on him. And now Eric Johnston with a great opportunity here. Yeah, he didn't hit that one. Didn't hit that one his best, but stay focused here. Look at your options. You have a ginormous pocket to bank this 7 and basically rail first off the 9. It's ginormous. You call the 9 in case something funny happens. You play the 7, 2 rails. You play it. You want to get it off this bottom rail and in. I don't. He might have been drawing. I looked away. I was pointing the line, but he might have been drawing the cue ball into the 9 there. But he didn't give up anything too juicy here. I mean, he did give up obviously a cross-side bank. But the problem with the bank is you're not guaranteed a very easy shot at the 8. You'll have a look at it, sure. But there's no safety here. You got to go in on this bank. And then you got to hope to make it and hope to make a great shot on the 8. And great shot there. But he's going to have to make a great shot here. It looks easy, but this is not easy. I would not bet that I would make this. I'll tell you. This is very difficult. Being close to the rail like that, it's very difficult. It's a long distance shot as well. And now he's leaving Eric Johnston the same thing. This one might be a hair easy. Yeah, this one's a hair easier, but if he's straight and the cue ball comes down to here, nah, he could still back cut the 9. If the cue ball goes like this and lands here, you may not be able to back cut the 9. We'll see. If I'm Eric, I just try to make it, and I don't care where the cue ball goes. Yeah, great shot there. Nice stroke there. He hit it very confident speed, and this is to get on the hill. Just don't scratch in the side. Yep, perfect. And Eric Johnston reaches the hill. Has a 10-8 lead. He's looking to get his money back. Tie this one up. 1 set apiece. If there's any one pocket players out there, I've been doing some work on different. Oh, I'll just show you. Look, on what I could do for one pocket. Look at how cool the one pocket could be. So see how the balls are on the rail for the counters, like so you could see whose pocket's who, and you could see the balls on the rail in case the opponents fail to keep score. I could like help them out and adjust it. I'm really looking forward to that. I think that's going to be really nice for a one pocket stream. So if there's any one pocket players out there looking to match up, let me know, because I want to test out that thing. I think it's going to be. I think the viewers would really like that. That's one big flaw I've always seen when I watch one pocket streams is the scores constantly get messed up and there's no way to see the balls yourself to verify. So back to the action here. We got Eric Johnston on the hill leading 10-8 over Eric Sakowski. Eric Sakowski did win the first set 11-5. He won it pretty convincingly. He played very well. Eric Johnston did not play his A game. And to be fair, Eric Sakowski did get some pretty favorable rolls that first set. And Eric Johnston said, you know what? I'm not going down like that. I want another shot. And here we are, second set. And Eric Johnston has responded great. He's played his game. He has not played... And he still hasn't even played his A game. He's played good this set, but not his A game. But he's played good. That was a great shot there. And you got to give him credit for losing 11-5 and fearlessly saying, you know what? I'm not going out like that. I want to play another one. And guys, this is not a $20 set. This is a $500 set. You know, to have that type of confidence in yourself, it speaks volumes, you know. Will Cook says, no matter the outcome, he'll play either one of these two gentlemen. That's awesome, Will. And you had a great showing last Friday. Played great, got the money. Congratulations. And maybe we'll be seeing you again sometime soon playing one of these guys. Now, the only thing is, if they split sets, one set apiece, I kind of doubt that they would play a third set tiebreaker tonight. I don't even think they would have enough time. So they might, if they split sets, they might choose to play one more set in the future as a tiebreaker, you know? But we'll see what happens when we get there. Who knows what's going to happen here? I mean, Eric Sakowski is only 3 racks away from winning this set. That can happen very quickly in 9-ball. So, looks like 3-ball goes on the side. And you roll forward for the 4 in the bottom left corner. The only little issue here is that 7-ball might come into play. You don't want to get stuck behind the 7. Yeah. Yeah, so I think you can see a piece, but not enough to make it. So Eric Johnston going airborne here. There's a reward if he makes it, as long as he doesn't draw back and hook behind the 7. But it's very tough to make it. Yeah, it's tough to even hit it, because you didn't have much time for the cue ball to land. So Eric Sakowski finds himself a ball in hand. And he needs 3 in a row to get the cash here. So let's see what he could do. This is not a great, that out in general is just, the way it lays, especially with ball in hand there, it's just, it wasn't going to be easy. You know, typically when you start with ball in hand, you have a pretty easy shot, but the way those balls laid, he just didn't have like a very easy path to get to the 5. So now Eric Johnston with a chance to close out, but this is tricky, this shot here. Let's see. Yeah, he hit the 9, but he's still gonna have a shot, but now the 9 kind of gets in your way of position for the 6. I think the only pocket the 6 really goes for here is the bottom left. He might have to make this and try to go up and down. He tried to hold it and overran it, but he might have a good look at a bank cross side. I might go in on this. The cue ball hits the 9, though. Anything could happen. You could bank this cross side, and the cue ball goes up table, gives you a shot at the 7. I think he was gonna try to bank that in between the 7-9 and use the 9 as a blocker. But this is not a very good leave for Eric Sakowski. It looks like he could pick the left or the right corner. I personally would pick the right corner. Would draw like he is with low left. Yeah, he had the right idea, but it was a very difficult shot. Real close to the rail. Now, fortunate for him, he did give up a good look at the 6, but the 8 ball got a little funny there with the 9. Now, where the 7 lays... Alright, here's the move, guys. Ready? You pocket the 6. You got to come up and down, and you pocket the 7, and then you have to play the 8 in the bottom left. That's the whole... Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Eric is not going to be happy. Eric Johnston is not going to be happy about that, because that was a very nice opportunity to try to close out here. And if you squander those opportunities, your opponent will punish you eventually. He could even try to shoot this 9 in the top left corner. Yeah, see how I was shooting that top left corner? And this is a pretty tough lead. I mean, if you make the 6, your cue ball should kind of come out to like one of these in this area would be okay, you know? And then you make the 7, and then you're out from there. But we'll have to see here. So back cut on the 7. It's thin. I don't see too many scratches that he has to worry about. There's a very fluky one in the side. It should not go to the corner. If he uses a bunch of right, it could go 2 rails. Yeah, overcut it. It was very difficult. Now, Eric's got a great great opportunity here, but be wary that you don't do that with the cue ball. Because this angle looks like that cue ball is going to be headed over there. Okay, good shot. Stayed above it. And he's going to make short work of these two. And it looks like we're headed for 10-9. And just like that, Eric Johnston leading 10-9 over Eric Sakowski. I don't know, bathroom break, player break. Let me see. All right, guys. We're back in action here. Looks like we have nail biter here. So, if you're just tuning in, Eric Sakowski won the first set 11-5. And this is the second set, and Eric Johnston is leading 10-9. And let's see what we got here. So, pretty good break there. Wing ball went in. One ball's dressing up. Yeah. Issue is the 3-ball. 3-6. Might have to be forced to play the combo. All right. So Eric Sakowski hangs the 1, and Eric Johnston. It's a good look here. Now he's going to have to, if he can navigate this, yeah, looks like he's going to be okay. Now let's see what he has in mind next. I don't think he can just slow roll this in and hold. The cue ball goes down table too much. So he might have been playing for a shot in the side or the corner, or just a safety here. Or even a cross side bank on the 3. I don't know. I don't think the 9's blocking it. Yeah, okay, so he did have the bank. Is he going to get a decent roll behind the 4? Nope. So Eric Sakowski going to have a good look here. It's definitely missable. It's no hanger, that's for sure. But the nice part about it is it carries pretty natural position to have a good look at the 4 next, probably in the same pocket. But yeah, now I see he's jacked up over the 8 and the 5, which makes pocketing the 3 a lot more difficult. Well, if I'm Eric, I think I just pocket the 3. Oops. Pocket the 3 and let the cue ball come up and down for the, not up and down, but just come down for the 4 in the top left, just like that. Now he may be jacked up a little over this 9. I don't know if it's affecting him or not. No, so he's okay. Ooh. So he made a good shot there. He needed to have the cue ball catch the right long rail and come out was the plan. And I don't think he got enough draw on the cue ball. And the cue ball found the drink. Now Eric Sakowski with a great opportunity here. Ball in hand, 4 balls. They're all down table here. And if he gets through these, we're going to have hill. This is the shot right here. You know, you make the 6, and you want to play your cue ball to this general area to shoot the 8 in the bottom left next, and then you have a nice stopper in the 9. Oh, he went underneath. Very well done there. He had a very small window to get that cue ball to have a good look like this on the 8, and he hit that very well, especially for the circumstances. It's easy to hit that shot when it's 1-1, 1-0, 4-0 or something, but much more difficult when you're trailing 10-9 in a $500 set. And here we go. We are headed for hill to hill. All right, guys. One rack. A lot of marbles here. So now I think the pressure has now swung back to against Eric Johnston because he's down a set. Eric Sakowski is free rolling. He can win a bundle or break even. You know, he has nothing to really fear here. Eric Johnston, being down a set, you know, he's got all the pressure on him, in my opinion. Sydney and Will, I'll make it easy for you guys. Will Cook is a 434, but like he said, he has next to zero robustness. He has only 18 games of robustness, so, you know, that rating means next to nothing. I'm guessing that Eric, well, I don't know. I was going to say that Eric Sakowski probably knows how he plays, but I don't know. All right, back to the action here. Hill. Well, if they want to see how you play, well, they can always look at the stream too. You just played a match last Friday. Obviously, you're betting pretty good. You're going to play your game, and you played great. So if they want to see how you play, they can always go look at that match. I think that's nothing's better than that. Great shot there by Eric. I'll tell you, he's got a great chance to run out now. That shot he just made might have gotten him the win. Now, I don't want to count chickens before they hatch because, you know, we know how that goes, but he's in prime position now. The 7 to the 8 and the 8 to the 9, that's all that's left. Right now, you fell real nice on the 5. You just got to figure out your pattern, and you just have to execute. Take your time. You don't want to rush. You want to really commit. Make up your mind and commit. Now, he did get a little straight here, but where the 8-ball lays, he can just draw up table, and he'd probably end up with a look at the top right corner. Yep, just like that. Now, this is the shot. If you execute this one well, you might shoot a very easy 9. But if you don't, you know, this is it right here. If you knock this one in and get good shape, it's over. And that's not bad. That's not, you know, perfect by any means, but it's a very nice look. Don't get caught up in the moment. Don't forget to protect against the scratch in the corner or the side. Okay, he protected against the scratch, but he did miss the 9. And it wasn't a hanger. You know, 10-10, heart pumping. You know, it was very missable. That was no hanger. This is a 9-foot diamond with 4 1/4-inch pockets. It's the toughest table in here. It's the toughest diamond in the state. There's not many tougher tables in the whole state than this table. This is a tough table. And now Eric Johnston, bunch of pressure on him. This is no hanger. There is a scratch on the top right. Yeah. And unfortunately, Eric hangs that, and that's going to do it. And we'll see. We might see some more of these guys in the future because that was a great battle. And thank you guys for tuning in. Appreciate you all. And if you'd like to play a action match on the Make a Score Tour, let me know, and I can try to help find you an opponent. If you already have an opponent lined up, you can just message me, and I'll put us in a group chat, and we'll iron everything out. But thank you guys for tuning in. Appreciate you all, and we'll see you guys next time.
For many times I was laughed at and not believed in, but it was still a kid with a dream and a belief in himself.
I feel I still have room to improve. I still set goals for myself to strive for. I'm never complacent with what I've achieved.
We have money, we have everything, we have fame. But the most important thing is the family. Keep your family healthy, good, and take care of your family, because this is the most important thing in the world.
Failing to prepare was preparing to fail. The night before a game, I ate the same food. I went to bed at the same time. I got up, I ate the same breakfast. Some people call it superstition, but it's a routine.
I went on the courts with just a ball and a racket and a hope.
Because you might be actually not feeling great physically or mentally, you're drained, but the confidence somehow gets you through. And when you don't have confidence, that's then when you have to sort of trust all the hard work you've done, and you have to keep on working hard so success comes back.
I make mistakes, but I strive every day to be a perfectionist.
Set yourself a definite goal and work hard toward that goal, and don't let anything or anyone stop you in the process, no matter what it is.
I didn't really care about the standings or, the perception of my style or whatever, as long as I could keep learning these new tricks. And so as I was successful in competition and winning a lot of the events, my job was just keep getting better.
All of you, I know you got him. I know you got him picked, but the man's in trouble. I'm gonna show you how great I am.
People perform better when there's no safety net. People perform better in sports and everything else if you don't have a plan B.
We were down 1-0. If you walked into our locker room at halftime, you thought we were up 3-0.
Nothing external can defeat the internal. The only thing that can take someone down or break you down is internal. Nothing external is strong enough.
You just never give up because you never know what can happen. You never know who you can inspire and who you can influence.
I'm not going to go out and say I'm the greatest this or that. I was a kid with a dream. That's it.
You have to fail in order to climb that ladder.
You are fighting the greatest fight of all times.
And I fought because I knew it was not doing